angry, Aussie. 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 Angry, Aussie. Aussie. Angry.
Now, of course, if I was an absolute prick, it being April Fool's Day, I wouldn't have come on after that intro. I just would have cut off the live stream and that's it. April Fools. But I'm not doing that. So I'm actually doing a live stream. Yes, Shieldsy, we got the party started. We're all good. I got some stuff happening behind there that I've got to fix up. I need to check something while we are talking. Hello, Chris. How are you, sir? Let me see. Just need to. Okay, it doesn't look that bad. I'm just looking because again, as I've probably complained many times, this laptop makes me look like shit. Doesn't look that bad. Maybe I could adjust the color a little bit. Hello, a Wolf Northern as well, joining us on Twitch. There was a. Where was the controls for the webcam? Shields, everyone's rushing out of Brisbane, are they? I didn't know they were allowed to. And hello, Alexander, as well. What do we want to do here? Webcam controller. No, I actually... Wait, what's this do? Okay. Advanced settings. That's actually what I wanted. Saturation. Probably just want a bit more color, really. How's that look? Is that too much color? What does that look like? I've got to look at that here, and then there, and then back here. So, no, that's not too much color. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it like that. I'm not going to fiddle too much. Chris got the green light for your jab next week. Nice. Find a place to take you. Excellent. Well, good news on that front. I'm going to apologize now for being snotty all night because I'm going to be snotty all night because I've got a fucking cold. And then after starting, I have no idea how long I'm going to last on this live stream. And yes, it is a cold. COVID tests have been done, come back negative. So Shieldsy, your lockdown ended at lunchtime, but you're going to have masks for the next 2 weeks. I didn't actually catch up on that. Oh, okay. So I went to the supermarket earlier and wore a mask. We haven't had to wear a mask for a little while indoors. Haven't had to wear it outdoors for months. But I wore a mask and that was for everyone else because I have a cold and that reduced the chances of me giving anyone else my cold. So I was going to do something and it would have been the wrong thing to do. I'm going to shoot a very quick bit of video. No, Chris, wearing the mask is the right thing to do. Like I said, I was doing it for other people. All right, so I've finished my Eccar Gold. Fortunately, I have another bottle. But I have enough bottles, so I don't need to keep this. So it goes in recycling. But I'm keeping the stopper because you never know when you need a stopper. Like if you open a bottle of wine or something. Where's my new bottle of vodka? Oh, okay. Shieldsy, I do think people who come from like the red zone are meant to declare themselves. They come into Victoria. But seriously, at this time of year, who'd be fleeing from Queensland to Victoria? The weather would be a bit of a shock for them. You need to adjust this just a touch. There we go. Nice. Chris, get some food going for the party. Excellent stuff. Now, I actually made this a bit earlier, so I have to fake making it. The mysteries of video making on YouTube, cutaways and B-roll and all that shit. Yeah, that's what I would have thought, Shieldsy. They're all heading up the coast, not to Victoria. That wouldn't have made a lot of sense. Silumi, hello. And yes, happy long weekend. Remembered to switch off my alarm this morning after it woke me up for work because I won't need it on Friday or Monday. Yeehaw. And I'm kind of fucked up. I don't want my sleep interrupted. Anyway, God, I don't know what state I'm going to be in tomorrow. Yep. So yes, I've got a box of tissues just over here because I'm just going to be really snorky all night, I think, which is a bit gross. Okay, but I've got to really quickly shoot this little bit of video. It'll only take me a couple of minutes. I'll just set up over here. Turn this light on. Warmer flesh tones. Maybe it needs to be. Oh, look. I'll tilt up here so you can see me while I'm talking. Where are we? There you go. Now you can see me while I'm talking. Just look right up my snotty nose. Right? Yeah, that's right. All right. I might just tilt this up the teensiest bit. All right. No. Come on, you fucker. All right. Got my orange flesh tone ring light working there. Okay. God, I think I do need. Sorry, I'm just adjusting a camera. Friggin' prima donna. I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille. Everyone loves my fairy lights, by the way. People on YouTube are commenting the sets. No, Jesus, what was that about? So this camera has a movement gimbal in it. So I'll frame up a shot on a tripod and then walk away, and it's like this little internal gyro changes the angle. It's really annoying. Okay, this is pretty quick. Let's do this. Let's do this. Where's my audio recorder? I got my trusty Zoom Warhorse. Shieldsy, lemon and honey. I might do like limoncello and honey herbal liqueur. Oh, I'll have some more of that Lark whiskey liqueur. That's fucking awesome. I've got Drambuie. No, I've got Drambuie. That's like a honey herbal liqueur, and I'll have that with limoncello. That's like practically health. Right. Come on, let's go. Ugh. Fucking camera went into battery save mode while I was away. All right, come on. Let's do it. Recording. We're both recording. All right. G'day, cocktail lovers. Hope you've been keeping well. Certainly not an easy thing to do in these strange times we find ourselves in, but I'm glad to see you joining me here again today. I'm keeping up the Milk Punch Monday trend. I don't know how many Mondays in a row I'll do this, but I'll do it at least semi-regularly. This is science. We're doing science today because if you have watched my other Milk Punch, milk clarified cocktail recipes, you'll know one of the bits of advice I give. A lot of the recipes you'll find online say when you add your drink to the milk, you need to leave it for 12 hours or 24 hours. I've actually seen one that said 2 days. And I never have, because the curds, if you do it right, the curds start to form within half an hour to an hour at most. And that's usually when I start the filtering process. So I thought, you don't need to. But then I had this nagging doubt. What if you do? What if it makes a difference? I'd never had the patience to leave it for overnight, for a full day and to see if it's different. So I'm going to make a drink now, and I'm going to make it twice. I'm going to make it once for camera, but I'll make it twice. Once I will leave the curdling mixture for 24 hours. Then when that's ready, I'll make it again and do the curdling the way I normally would, like start the filtering half an hour to an hour after I add the drink to the milk. And we're going to see A, if it looks different, B, if it tastes different, because my initial thought was it wouldn't, but I shouldn't act like I know everything. I'm going to test this. So with a lot of traditional milk punches, there's very bold flavors in them because the milk clarifying process does tame the flavors down. So I'm just making this one up. It's kind of a bit like one I made recently, but I'm just riffing and I'm going for a few bold flavors. I'm calling this an island spice punch because it's got a few interesting and spicy flavors in it. Starting with some Batavia Arak, an Indonesian rum, which I recently found. Sorry, I just wanted to do the stopper popping near the microphone because I love that sound. So this is my first ingredient. I just realized I didn't have my jigger. It's right here. So I'm going to do 2 ounces or 60 mils of Batavia Arak. Not really, because I've already made it. I'm cheating with video editing. You cannot trust a thing I say. Next up, take the stopper out of another one. This is another rum. This is an Australian rum, Inner Circle. This is from Queensland, from the Beanley Distillery. This is a very overproof rum, 75.9% or over 151 proof. Like I said, putting some bold flavors, making it a bit punchy. I am going to do 1 ounce or 30 mils of the overproof pot still rum. Where did I put my phone? God damn. I'm checking my recipe that I made up. Who likes the angle? It's a ridiculous angle, isn't it? Notes. Yes, it is 1 ounce of Okar Gold. Okay. Now I'm going to add a few things to give some contrasting and herbal notes. This one of my favorites, another Australian beverage, Okar Gold. They call it their Outback liqueur. As an approximation, this is in the same family as Yellow Chartreuse and Suze. It is a really nice herbal liqueur, and I'm going to add 1 ounce or 30 mils of the Okar Gold. I'm also going to add some Amaro. I have a couple of Amari. This one's actually just called Amaro. It's actually not that bad. That made me, once I got into Amari, that immediately made me suspicious. Wait, I bought that one and it was cheap, but it is not bad. It is an Italian Amaro, and I'm going to add just half an ounce or 15 mils of Amaro. In the same family as Amaro, but very much its own thing, Fernet Branca. Disappointingly, doesn't have a stopper, has a screw top, so we don't get a fun noise, but it is a very interesting drink. It's got very sort of menthol notes in it. It's quite unique, and it's definitely an acquired taste, but I'll be adding just half an ounce or 15 mils of Fernet Branca. The final booze element is another screw top bottle, and this is Pimento Dram or Allspice Dram, made by quite a few people around the world. Traditionally, the pimento or allspice berry makes for a very interesting flavor because it was known as allspice because it tasted like all spices. Very strong cinnamon, anise, nutmeg, and even other flavors in there. And because it has such a strong flavor, again, I'm adding just half an ounce or 15 mils of Pimento Dram. Oh. Another reason I decided to make this rum-focused and very punchy punch is as an excuse to use some cinnamon syrup I made. If you tend to buy store-bought sugar syrups, very much encourage you to make your own, because a simple sugar syrup is just 50% sugar, 50% water, but you can experiment with that. What I did to make this was 50% water, 50% sugar, but I split the sugar between white caster sugar and an unrefined coconut sugar to make it a bit more interesting, and then put it on the stove and raised it to a simmer. And there was also cinnamon and a vanilla pod in there. And I left that for a while to infuse, and I got a really tasty homemade cinnamon syrup. And I'll be adding a full ounce, 30 mils of cinnamon syrup to the drink. For the final touch, we need an acid content to do a milk punch, because you need acid content in your drink to curdle the milk. And also, this drink could just do with some fruit juice to provide a bit of balance to those boozy and herbal notes. I am going to use pineapple juice in this case. It seemed very fitting for this tropical feel in this drink. And I'm going to add 2 ounces or 60 mils of pineapple juice. Sorry, I'm just walking away. I need to get some milk. Good on ya. Sorry, just going to get a spoon as well. Okay. You can see this is not an overly appealing color, this drink. And one of the great things about the milk clarification process is it will look much better. But that's before it actually looks worse, because I'm going to add it to the milk. And the milk will curdle, which is not a great visual. Let me just put this down. I'm just going to gently stir to make sure it's incorporated. And that's it, essentially. It kind of looks like caramel milk at the moment. I'm going to set this aside for as long as it takes for me to see some separation. That will be somewhere between half an hour and an hour. And then I will start the filtration process. It's very simple. I'll just be pouring it through a coffee filter, and we'll see what comes out the other end. That's what she said. It's a terrible thing to say. All right, I'm gonna put this here, switch this off. Switch the audio recorder off. Okay, now I'm back. I'm back. It's me again. I should put these drinks away. What did I miss while I was gone? Hey, Robot Man Greg and Earthcrow. Right. What the hell? What's this? What the hell is that? Oh, that's that. I'm sorry. Right. I should put these bottles away before I knock one of them over. I haven't been drinking yet. But I plan to start, quite honestly. Put this away. Yep, tripping over some boxes that I left down there foolishly. Pimento dram away. I could make a hot toddy to deal with my cold. Hey, Safa. One man, countless bottles. Earthcrow. Not quite countless. I don't know. Somewhere around 100. I don't know. Choking on Ashes, hello to you. No, I actually haven't had any, Greg. I haven't had any alcohol. I just made one for the camera. But I want to get started. I don't have to go to work tomorrow. So what I was thinking is because I think there's some egg white in the fridge. Young Mr. Angry had for some baking. And it's like, well, that's like an excuse to make a whiskey sour because there's egg white in the fridge. I haven't made an egg white whiskey sour for a while. Safi, you've had alcohol before me. It's a miracle. Yeah, Shieldsy. Where did I go for my trip? Almost to Tile Town, as in face planting into the tiles. Would have been not good. Yes, Greg, a 4-day week is pretty good. This week and next week. The only downside, because I'm a contractor, I don't get paid for that one day I don't work. But, it's worth it occasionally. Lots of public holidays this first part of the year. Right, so I just need to check. I think I'm sure I saw egg white in the fridge. Yep, there it is. Yep. Pasteurized egg white. Yeah, I'm going to make a whiskey sour. Just got to rinse my jigger. Almost said something terrible about dirty jiggers. I want to put this on ice, I think. We'll have it in a rocks glass. Maybe I'll serve it up, actually, because it's a stylish drink. Or, even in this one, I don't use this one often enough. I love this glass. If I was doing full length, I'd have to tuck my shirt in. But, the camera's just ahead. So. Now, for fun, I might use this. No, where's what are these other whiskies? Where are they? Oh, they're in there. Is it that bottle? Yes. Okay. I'm going to use 23rd Street's hybrid whiskey. Okay. Man, this cold is actually knocking me about. So I need lemon juice. Ooh, you know what I have to do? I have to check if this other sugar syrup's still okay, actually. Because one of my other ones wasn't. I had to throw it out. It was growing stuff. All right, I just got to go stand under a bright light. No, there's nothing growing on the sugar syrup. That's good. We don't like stuff growing on our sugar syrup. There we go. Okay. So I got whiskey, I got egg white, I got that. I just need a shaker, really. Right. Alrighty. Righty-roo. Might rinse this. All right. All right. Ice. That's what I was doing. I need ice. So I will break a thing of ice into my shaker. Oh, so if you're in Melbourne tomorrow for your birthday, nice. Silumi, what's emo night in Adelaide? Come on. So I've had Vietnamese food. I had a chicken burger. God damn, this thing. Oh, there we go. There's a crack in it. You know what? That's enough. That's broken enough now. Taking Back Saturday. They go around Australia and do emo night at clubs. Oh, nice. Right, that's actually probably all the ice I need for this. Put this back. Right. I need my strainer. Good Lord, Claude. Robert Man Greg, best whiskey sour you've had was at Bar Italiana. I'm not sure where that is. Pop Punk. Start for drinking blood orange beer. Sounds fascinating. All right. How much of this is left? Normally do 2 ounces of whiskey. Oh, it's only like a tiny bit left. So like, oh yeah, 2.5. That's not outlandish. I got me another bottle. Right. Where's my lemon juice? This is from my lemon juice. We will do, actually, do the egg white and rinse the egg white out with the other stuff. Raiders, good evening to you, sir. Safa, I categorically do not want to try beer, not your blood orange beer. Oh, yeah, Silumi, first club event for a year. I just realized I didn't do a dry shake. Should have. Oh, well. God almighty. I'm going to be a fucking wreck tonight. So, okay. Bit of sugar syrup. And a little bit of lemon juice for the sour. No, it's not COVID. The COVID test has happened. It's a cold. And I've got my glass here, so we're good. Bar Americana. Yes, everything at Bar Americana is good. One of my favorite places. Oh, that ought to do it. That ought to do it. Oh, Salimi, you actually had your first jab of AstraZeneca on Monday. There you go. All right. Keep the ice out. Keep the little bits out. Yep. Oh, yeah, because I was thinking, why did that overfill? Because I did actually put a little bit extra in. This glass is actually from Bar Americano. Oh, that's got a decent whiskey taste too. This is from Adelaide, 23rd Street Distillery. I've got their brandy, and I got this little sampler of their hybrid whiskey because it was on special, basically. But it's good. It's got a good, proper whiskey taste. Oh, no, Greg, I did not steal the glass. I bought it during COVID. I bought some of their bottled cocktails, and they had these glasses on sale, which I'd always liked. And so I bought 2 of these as well. I may or may not have stolen glasses from venues in the past, but I'll really only do that from sort of corporate venues, if you know what I mean. No, I actually paid for this. This is a special glass they have at Bar Americano. And they've etched onto the lip of it, drink less, drink better, which I like. That's why I like cocktails. Well, yes, you know, you can get really shit-faced on cocktails, obviously. But at least how I like to have cocktails is to just really take the time and enjoy the flavor. Oh, I don't like too much lemon juice in my whiskey sours. I just like put 15 mils in this, and that was a good decision. Because, yeah, I mean, you can definitely taste the lemon juice, but what I mostly taste is the whiskey, which is nice. So kudos to you, 23rd Street Distillery. Your hybrid whiskey is pretty good. They do a more expensive single malt as well, I think. But yeah, I just got that little bottle in the supermarket bottle shop. It was on special. It's a good way to sample rather than having to pay to buy a full bottle. So Raiders, I missed that. You said there's some Grand Ridge dessert beers, which is nothing like a trad beer. As a non-beer drinker, I bet it would taste like beer to me. That's just my feeling. So I've got some flavored vodka. Nice. Earthcrow, on 6 occasions you bought a beer glass from a pub which came with a complimentary beer. Nice. I have this huge beer stein, like it holds about 1 litre, that I've been making my meal replacement shakes in because it's big enough to put a whole bunch of ingredients in and then use the, yes, I'm jerking off, use the hand blender to blend it all in. And yeah, when it came with a 1 litre can of German beer in it. I think for most people, the beer might have been the attraction. I never drank the beer. It sat in my fridge, I think, for well over a year till a beer drinker visited my house. And I was like, oh, do you all want some beer? And they said, yeah. And so I gave them the beer and they liked it. I wanted the beer stein. I love huge drinking receptacles. I used to drink Pepsi out of this. It was really fucking heavy. Like it weighs, if you fill it like with ice and Pepsi in the glass, it's like nearly 2 kilograms. So you're getting, you're doing reps, you're doing little curls. And again, it looks like I'm giving a blowjob. I've got to stop with the hand gestures. Oh, well. Safa, apparently the beer was not off after a year. People liked it. Wolf Northern, I have not heard from Aidsy, so I'm not expecting him, but Aidsy is a man of surprises, so anything could happen. I ordered a bunch of booze from Costco because they had this sale on the other day. So I'll probably be that won't arrive till next week. I'll probably be taste testing it next week. Whiskey from the Lark Distillery in Tasmania, one of Australia's best known and certainly most expensive whiskey makers. An Australian gin, citrus gin from Tasmania as well. I got this little Jack Daniel. I think it's Jack Daniels or Jim Beam sampler of like the expensive ones. I won't be taste testing those. Those will be to make particular drinks out of at some point, having samples of these little expensive bottles. And what was the other thing? Because I got 4. Oh, yeah. Costco brand XO French cognac. So, yeah. I saw that stuff at the Byron Bay Blues Fest got cancelled just before it was meant to start because cases had shown up in Byron. And people are well pissed off with just that literal last second cancellation. I can see both sides. Raiders, if you're a Costco member, Costco delivers, yes. Choke on Ash has just recently started drinking beer, but you're fussy. That's fair. Only drink things you like. That's what I was saying. Like, whenever I'm saying like, ew, I don't like that, I'm absolutely not saying to anyone else, you shouldn't drink that because I don't like that. That's dumb. That's like the thing religious zealots do. It's like, I have no problem with someone saying, oh, because of my religious beliefs, I can't do the following. And I'm like, cool, you do you. But then they go, oh, because of my religious beliefs, you can't do the following. And okay, you can go fuck yourself. Sorry. I'm going to snork and sneeze and cough all night. This is my 50th apology for that, and I will keep apologizing it because it's gross. It's absolutely gross. Yeah, Greg, I have very strong opinions on what's a good drink and what's not a good drink. But I'm not going to tell someone they're wrong to like something. I might point them out, why did you try this? But whiskey snobs and rum snobs and just fuck off. Earthcrow, you like Spaten? It's a nice beer. Mind German mango beer. Wow. Safa, yes, I grew up in you're saying country men have to drink beer. I grew up in the country and everyone thought I was gay because I didn't drink beer. And I went, that's not what gay means, but anyway. Oh God, Shieldsy, crybaby mask haters online in Queensland tonight. Oh, they are Trump supporters. And the Venn diagram of the people who in Australia who get angry about mask mandates and COVID lockdowns and people who think Trump's good, that's almost a circle. That's right, Safa. Yeah, when you came to Melbourne, we're in that cafe. We got it was a rum cocktail, wasn't it? It was pretty good, if I remember. Haven't made a whiskey sour in ages. It's good. I have to say, like that thing I was shooting just before, is one video for next week. But I have no idea what I'm going to do for the other two. So maybe we can have a discussion. What cocktail should I make? Maybe I should make a King Kong one because by weird coincidence, we're approaching the anniversary of when the first King Kong movie came out. And of course, the new Kong versus Godzilla is coming out. I should do a King Kong cocktail, shouldn't I? And Wolf Northern, yes. Those people are crazy. Well, funny you should ask, Sar. Oh, God, man. Where's Trump these days? He's hanging out in Mar-a-Lago, crashing people's events at Mar-a-Lago. It's weird and sad. Oh, yes, Raiders. That's a fun one. For those who don't know, one of the real shitheads of American politics, like Trump-loving pieces of shit, is a guy called Matt Gaetz. And it's basically beyond doubt at this point, he was paying for escorts and at least one of them was under 18, which is actually both are against the law. I think paying for escorts is fine, but it's against the law in almost all of America. Paying for sex with underage girls, that's a paddling. Yes, this guy Gaetz, Gaetz, is an absolute piece of shit, and he's this close to going down in flames for paying for sex from underage girls. There was this hilarious thing where he was on Fox News with Tucker Carlson, who's possibly the biggest piece of shit on Fox News, and that's saying something. And Matt Gaetz said, well, I make no qualms about, having, if it paid for someone to join me in, Vegas or not. And he says to Tucker Carlson, there was one time, the one young woman they're talking about, you'll remember her because we had dinner together. You were with someone and I was with her, whatnot. And so he's basically saying, Tucker, you're in this. You were okay with me paying for sex with underage girls. And he's saying, like, you were with me there. And Tucker Carlson goes, I have no memory of being with you with other people. And that's the biggest sign that Matt Gaetz is fucked, because live on air, Tucker Carlson just threw him under the bus and went, no, fuck you, dude. Don't you bring me into this. You're on your own, motherfucker. Oh, dear. Saf, what about National PM in Blue Mountains? Yes, guy resigned for raping a woman. Apparently, that at some levels of politics actually disqualifies you. Not to Scotty from marketing at the federal level. Seriously, was that one of the April Fool's thing, a Tim Tam chocolate spread? That's not even an April Fool's. Those things exist. I've seen so many chocolate treats turned into a spread, like Nutella, like Snickers and Maltesers, and all sorts of things get turned into spreads. That was it, Raiders. That's why he's in real trouble. Not just that she was underage, she was 17, but he took her out of state for the purposes of having sex. That's a federal crime. Yeah, he's fucked. He is absolutely. And yeah, as I said, the big giveaway for how fucked he is Tucker Carlson threw him under the bus. What's that, Earthcrow? 2 final WA upper house seats went to Nationals and legalized cannabis. The winners were stoned farmers. Yes. That does it. Did it take that long to finalize the upper house? Wow. See, Safa, Morrison would only go into minority government if he had any scruples whatsoever. And he doesn't. He's a completely evil, fucked up, amoral piece of shit. And because he's only got that 1 seat majority. Now, them going into minority government doesn't give Labor power because Labor have even less seats, but the Liberals would be dependent on cross benches, which they could actually rely on, honestly. Oh, yeah. That's another thing, Red, is yes, you can't extort innocent people. If you say to someone like, and because I've got those emails, it's like, I hacked your computer and got video of you watching porn, and I'm going to show it to everyone on your friends list if you don't send me money. And it's just like, well, I know for a fact that didn't happen. So you can't extort me. So, yeah. Yes, Safa, Craig Kelly. There's just several federal MPs who should be out of Parliament. Oh, God. Sorry, again, I'm just apologizing again for the snuffling and being snorky because of this fucking cold. Okay, King Kong cocktails. I definitely should make a King Kong cocktail. Afghan monkey. Obviously got to have banana liqueur in it, really. And maybe coconut as well. All right. 10 ingredients. Good Lord. What's in this version of a King Kong cocktail? Okay, nutmeg. That's not really an ingredient. That's the topping. Banana liqueur. Ice is not really an ingredient. Pineapple juice. Rum. Coconut rum. Orange juice. Cherry. Light rum. Banana. Cream of coconut. Okay, this is a blender drink. I'm not making a blender drink. But how much booze do they put in that? 1 ounce of liqueur. 1 ounce of Malibu, which is low alcohol as well. 2 ounces of light rum. So that's actually fairly light on the alcohol. That's the way they're making it. That's a big smoothie. There's actually not that high alcohol content. I suppose. Yeah, I might not make any more videos tonight because I'm not sure how coherent I'm going to be. Not from drinking, just from fucking this cold. It's this one called King of the Swingers. Monkey shoulder whiskey, I get it. Sherry, banana syrup. No, that doesn't grab me. King Kong. King Kong. There's a shot. What's a King Kong shot? Banana and whiskey. Yeah. Okay. Easy cocktail recipes. That's that same recipe. Drink Nation. Okay. This is a bit different. What do these people call a King Kong? Jesus Christ, that's not a fucking drink. Jesus. These people are saying, put 4 ounces of dark creme de cacao and 1 ounce of banana liqueur, and that's it. That's like a glass of fucking sugar. Jesus. That's terrible. That is absolutely terrible. So for Sam Jackson was in the last 2 Kong movies. He died in Kong Island, didn't he? Skull Island, whatever it's called. Readers, you're not the biggest fan of Mark Roper, but recent video exposing Indian scammers is worth a watch. Quite possibly. So Shilzy, you had council workers outside your place. You're working, one working, the rest standing around. Funny bit, they worked for 30 minutes, then stopped for morning tea. Stereotypes. King Kong caipirinha. Sorry, I'm just going to be doing this gross sniffling all night. King Kong caipirinha. Cachaça, banana liqueur, simple syrup, lime juice, lime wedges. I don't have limes. Much. It's just a caipirinha with banana liqueur in it. Doesn't sound like the worst. Oh, here we go. King Kong Skull Island cocktail. What's in this one? Grenadine, cranberry, pineapple, Malibu. You fucking jerks. Remember me saying not picking on what people like? This drink recipe is shit. Grenadine, 2 ounces cranberry juice, 2 ounces pineapple juice, 1 ounce of Malibu, and 1 ounce of Sailor Jerry spiced rum. It's just like fruit juice and a couple shitty ingredients. It's a terrible recipe. So there is some saline nasal spray. Maybe I should blow my nose. Oh, probably should have done that off camera because it's disgusting. Disgusting. Yes, because I no problem if someone likes Malibu or likes Sailor Jerry, but they're both low standard rums that have flavors added to them to cover up the fact that they're based on not very nice rums. Oh. Okay, someone else's take on a King Kong. It's another shot. Oh, is it the same one? It's just 50% whiskey. 50% whiskey and 50% banana liqueur. Okay. King Kong Sledgehammer. Okay, 2 ounces of vodka, 2 ounces of Bacardi, 3 ounces of garlic. Jesus Christ, you're going to end up in fucking hospital with that. 4, 7, 8 ounces of alcohol. Jesus Christ. Yeah, 9.4 standard drinks in one drink. Jesus, that's stupid. That's just fucking stupid. I mean, if you calmed it down and had 1 ounce of a white rum, 1 ounce of a gold rum, half an ounce of apricot. But yeah, why apricot? It would be banana. That's dumb as hell. So I could do coconut rum and then a gold rum and maybe a liquor 43 to replace. I'm going to sneeze. Sorry, excuse me. I can just feel the tickle going up my nose. And some banana liqueur. This probably looks really stupid. Oh my God. Fucking being sick sucks. Hey, Salumi. Head off to bed. See ya. Okay, Greg, here's the thing. The majority of spiced rums are covering up the fact it's not a very good rum. But, I mean, like, I got some, even more down market than Sailor Jerry. I got some Captain Morgan over there. They're not even allowed to call rum in Australia because it's not rum. It's called a spirit-based drink. It tastes quite nice. It's got the vanilla and other sort of herby, spicy notes in it, but it doesn't really taste like rum. But yeah, in general, and I'm not a rum expert by any stretch of the imagination. But what most people who are really into rums will tell you, as soon as it says spiced rum, they're basically putting flavors into it to cover up the fact that it's not a particularly good rum. And it also comes down to how much do you want to spend, quite honestly. Like I said, I'm not joking. I did some comparative taste tests the other day because I got so many rums over there. And the Captain Morgan spiced, it's a perfectly pleasant drink. Like I said, if someone's going to be a hardcore rum nerd, they'll shit all over it. But yeah, in terms of, a perfectly pleasant drink to use as a mixer, Sailor Jerry or Captain Morgan, there's you're just not going to win points with rum snobs. Like, of all the rums I have over there, one of the best for just sipping, I think is Venezuelan, Diplomatico Reserva, but that costs 3 times more than Captain Morgan. So is it worth that much to you is the question. Obviously, in my case, the answer is yes, because I have several reasonably expensive rums over there. But yeah, it is absolutely down to how much you want to spend. Because if your budget is only 40 or 50 bucks, then yeah, you probably are better off getting one of the well-known spiced rums, because the flavors they put in do cover up the fact it's not a particularly good rum. Like probably one of the top selling rums in Australia, the Bundy Underproof, doesn't have those spices in it to cover up that it's not a great rum. So it's just not a great rum. But, if you're just adding it to Coke or something, what the hey. But yeah, if you're going to lash out, I mean, yeah, you can just keep going up the tree with cost. I don't think it's worth going much more than about $100 for a rum, because I think you get the law of diminishing returns at that point. It's like, okay, $150 rum, you might think it's better than $100 rum, but is it 50% better? Probably not. But conversely, it's like, yeah, as I said, that Diplomatico, 3 times more expensive than Captain Morgan. Is it 3 times better than Captain Morgan? I'd say yes. But it's, again, that's, drinking it for the pleasurable taste rather than drinking it because I can tolerate this while I get pissed. And hey, if that's your goal, get pissed. Like, I'm always shitting on vodka, right? When people use a vodka-based cocktail, I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, put something that actually has flavor in there. Vodka is to get you pissed. And if that's your goal, go for it. Vodka basically brings nothing to a drink flavor-wise. It gets you pissed. Conceivably, and I don't know of a drink that does this, conceivably I could get on with someone justifying using vodka in a cocktail if they were using small amounts of very strongly flavored spirits or liqueurs, because the stuff is so strongly flavored, they only wanted to use small amounts of it. And they're putting the vodka in to make up the volume and get you pissed. But the other stuff is of a particular taste. Now, I don't think many vodka cocktails are actually like that, because they're all full of fucking fruit juice and shit. It's just like, no, it's just fruit juice to get you pissed. And again, if you want fruit juice to get you pissed, yep, add vodka to your fruit juice, and that'll work. I'm going with the Bar Americano motto, which you probably can't see on there because it's very small. You might be able to see that there is some etching on there, though. Drink less, drink better. Not drinking big things of vodka just to get pissed. Drinking things for the flavor. So, yep. Okay, I need I need to put these egg whites back in the fridge. Yeah, I don't think I've got some fucking clarified cocktails to drink. I don't think I'm gonna make any more. I've got to do a little bit more video, which I might do now. I got to filter my drink I'm making. All right, I just got to check a couple things. First up, I'm going to put this egg white back in the fridge. Is this other one finished filtering? Yes, it is. All right. So now I'm going to save that curd. Sounds like a UN mission. Save the curds. We should. We should be looking after the curds. They're in trouble because of us. All right. This is a little container that holds the curds from my clarified cocktails that Mrs. Angry from time to time uses in desserts. So we get these desserts that have an ambiguous boozy flavor because there's so many different things in them. Just got to turn the filter paper inside out. And the semi-solid curd's good. I've got a spoon here. We're going to Angry Bunch, I guess, if people want to. That's the thing people want to do. Ugh. Let me get this happening. Yeah, so we're not going to, unless they make a special appearance, we're not going to see Abigail or Grasshopper tonight because Abigail's at Grasshopper tonight. I think they're having a LAN party. And Abigail potentially hitting on Grasshopper's wife. So, but all right, so those curds done. What do they taste like? That's interesting, Safi. You had milk curd with your old man in Siberia when you were 14. What form was that? Was it a drink? Because, of course, Canadians put cheese curd on poutine. So I'm interested. What is the dealio in Siberia? Is it a drink or is it a food? So I'm just going to chuck this out and wash my hands because my hands are sticking out. That's what she said. Ugh. I could have cheated and I could have passed, but I got high. Oh, what's going on over here? Oof. All right, I'm just grabbing something over here. God. Oh, shitty and fucked up, man. Oh, shitty and fucked up. Ugh. Okay, that goes in there. I need this around here. Oh, wait, I want to take a picture of this. Sorry, I'll just be over here for a second doing this. Portrait. No. I did portrait. There we go. Okay. So I got this. I need some filter paper. Get some of my coffee filter. Ooh. All right, I'm just doing this and this. Oh. And I'm just going to wet the filter paper because that often helps. Kimmer, don't be like that. Do what I want you to. Okay. Wetted the filter paper. Okay. I got to shoot a very short bit of video here. All right. About an hour has passed and our concoction looks like this now. It's all separating curds, and I think it's separated enough that I will be able to do the clarification process now. So it's relatively simple. If time consuming, we pour this into a funnel that has a paper coffee filter in there. And it's going to run through there. Initially, it'll run through comparatively fast because the curds haven't settled. Again, fun little fact, it's not the filter paper that does the hard work, it's the milk curds. So the curds have to settle to the bottom to be really filtering the drink. So I'll let a bit run through and then tip it back through again so it comes out completely clear. I might even run the entire thing through more than once to get it as clear as I can. I'll come back and I will show you the two milk clarified drinks. The one that I let sit for 24 hours and the one that I let sit for about an hour. Science, boys and girls, and everyone else. Assorted rat bags and rapscallions. Wait, I've spilt stuff here. I just want to wipe it up. I'm a messy boy. I'm a messy... I think it's actually condensation. I don't think I actually spilt anything. Alrighty. All right. Let's go. Okay. Choking on Ashes. My cocktail channel's called Angry Cocktails. There are lots of things. Safa, so the milk curd was hot milk. That's a bit weird. Oh, damn, Choking on Ashes. I hate the motivation thing. Oh, fun milestone I had today in terms of motivation. I have to stay motivated on my weight loss thing because I'm going to have to stick with it for about 6 months to get down to a decent weight. But this morning I weighed myself and I'm at my pre-COVID weight because I put on like 8 to 10 kilograms in the last year and I was already like extremely overweight. But in the first, I've been very imprecise. I don't remember exactly when I started. 4 to 6 weeks ago I started this and I've lost 8 to 10 kilos in that time. So I'm at my pre-COVID weight. I weigh the same as I did a year ago. Hoorah! And now I've got to work on weighing as much as I did like 15 years ago. And then the stretch goal is to get to what I weighed about 30 years ago. So It's all going to be milestones. This was the first big milestone, getting to my pre-COVID weight, 115. Probably, I'll do a little happy dance each time I sort of hit a 10 kilogram mark. So it'll be like 110. 100 will be a big one, actually. 100 will be a big one. And then a bigger one will be 90. And a really, really big one is if I can get down to 80, because I should actually be, for my height, I should be actually considerably under 80 kilos. But I haven't been less than 90 kilos for about 25 years, 30 years. So yeah, the stretch goal is to get to where I was 30 years ago, which is about 80 kilos. So did I eat food 15 years ago? Mate, I eat so much food. So much food. I am, generally speaking, a lazy, indulgent fat fuck. Like at the moment, I kind of feel like from that early episode of The Simpsons where Marge is painting Mr. Burns, and Homer's been doing some weight loss. And I think he's got to about where I am now, and he feels really good. And he's going, yeah, I'm feeling fine. And Mr. Byrne mocks him and said, you're happy with the way you look? You're the fattest thing I've ever seen. I think I'm at that stage with Homer. I'm happy at having lost some weight, but a lot further to go. Glee, hello. You want to see me happy dance on a bar? You mean again? Glee has actually seen me do a happy dance on a bar. Oh, man. Sorry, checking on Ashes. Getting your bike stolen is shit. Yes. That would make me be lazy too. And lockdown is shit. Your lockdown is scarier than ours. Like we had in Melbourne, we had Australia's longest and strictest lockdown, like for about 3 months. But even at its peak, we were only getting hundreds of cases a day. And over that 3-month period, about 800 people died, which is not good. And that's like 90% of all the people who've died in Australia died in Victoria in this second wave thing. And it was mainly people in retirement homes, really badly run federal government controlled retirement homes. But yeah, that sent people a bit stir crazy. And where you are in UK, Europe, America, just with fucking waves of cases and deaths, is so stressful. Thanks, man, Earthcrow. Oh, Glee, if you came around to my house, I'd fatten you up. I wouldn't let you stop eating. Earthcrow, cooking a late dinner. Nice. I'll be your soundtrack. I will be your oral wallpaper while you're cooking a late dinner. I actually had as one of my, I don't know, you can call them cheat meals, but every second or third day, I have food, often takeaway, not always takeaway, but something that's not one of my meal replacements. And tonight it was a chicken burger, fried chicken burger from this local place. Very nice. They call it their Southern fried chicken burger. Huge amounts of coleslaw. So, hey, it was almost health food with all that coleslaw in there, coleslaw and lettuce, but it was very good and just very slightly spicy, which was in the breading of the chicken, I suppose. Not really health food because it was deep fried chicken. It was a deep fried chicken fillet. Chris, oral with an O wallpaper is a very different thing to oral with an AU. But I agree, oral wallpaper sounds kind of good. And yes, Glee and Safa, the federal government has absolutely fucked the vaccine rollout in Australia. Like literally, I can't think of a public statement Morrison made about vaccines that wasn't complete horseshit. In the very early days when it was confirmed there was actually a vaccine, he went, oh, we've got a deal with, whichever one it was, Pfizer or AstraZeneca or whoever's making it, for 4 million doses. And then they went public and went, no, you don't. And then it says, oh, we'll have this many doses by this day. And we didn't. And he's thinking, oh, we'll have 4 million Aussies vaccinated by the end of March. 600,000 people have been vaccinated by the end of March. So basically a 15%. Like, could you imagine if you were taking a very important test at school and like your parents say, it's really important that you do really well on this test. I'm going to do great. I'm going to do great. I'm going to get 100%. Okay. What did you get? 15%. Is that good? I feel like it's good. And no, Morrison, 15% of your target's not. And that earlier this month, they said, oh, we'll put it back here early April. There's not going to be 4 million people vaccinated by the end of fucking April. They're fucking hopeless. Prove me wrong, guys. Prove me wrong. I would actually love to be proved wrong and have them actually vaccinate that many people. It would be great if I was wrong. I just don't think I'm going to be wrong. Was that Wolf Northern? It had Amazon Lunchbox down in Victoria. I'm not sure what you mean. Chris, you're just going with oral. Why not? Safa, Morrison is absolutely untrustworthy. Choking on ashes, you've had your first vaccine. Nice. We have a few vaccinated people in here, and good for all of you that do. Mrs. Angry has had her vaccine because she works in health. It'll probably be a month or two before I can get a vaccine, but c'est la vie. Glee, there was some problem with supply from European countries. But like I said, it was just another lie he said that there wouldn't be a problem. Like, there. Yes, Chris, all the rapey stuff might get him out. It's like his whole fucking government is fucked. So, Glee, your GP has been told you get 50 doses a week. Jesus, that's not me. But they are having those mass vaccination centers. Safa, Mrs. Angry with side effects. The arm was a bit sore, and I don't think she felt anything apart from that. Wait, fucking nasal spray. Mrs. Angry had a nasal spray. Hang on a sec. Here you go, Jess. I'm sure I saw somebody who had that nasal spray.
It's silent.
Why? I should have gone to the fucking chemist and said, give me some of that nasal spray that gets you high as fuck. And I think they look at you funny if you say that. They don't like it.
There's not much in there, but I'll remove the refill it.
Oh, okay. So you mind if I use it?
Yeah, just make sure there's enough.
All right, it's a saline nasal spray for kids, because we used to have kids in the house. Now they're all adults. So, Sophie, your mum hasn't had any side effects. That's nice. Choking on ashes, no side effects. But your sister and boyfriend both felt ill afterwards. Yeah, it tends to... There's quite a variance in who gets affected. Some people feel a bit for a couple of days, but yeah. Oh, yeah, Wolf. It'd be great to get ScoMo out of office. All right, this is Grace. I'm going to stick this up my nose and freak out. No, what's it supposed to do? How many pumps? 2 sprays, each nostril. Maybe that'll clear me out. It's only saline. So, Glee, you've had a regular flu shot? Okay. I haven't had my regular flu shot yet. I don't know if work's going to do flu shots. Oh, choking on ashes. Chris is talking about Australian politics at the moment. We've been talking about it. Our Attorney General, actually former Attorney General now, he's on leave. He was quite credibly accused of an historical rape. Like it was back when he was 18, but he denies it. There's another MP from Queensland who's just been abusing people and has been outed for trying to shoot an upskirt photo of a young woman working at a hardware store when she was bent over. And he just sort of abuses and stalks people. He's a fucking psychopath. He's leaving Parliament at the next election. Who else have they got? They're just a series of train wrecks. They are a series of fucking train wrecks. Well, see, South, that's it. Chris is informed about Oz politics because we talk about it here. Glee, one really hopes the women of Australia remember what a piece of shit Morrison is. Their vote would be enough to get him out. It is really disturbing that he has exactly the same level of support among men. It's not surprising, but it is disturbing. He has exactly the same level of support among men as before all this came out. Kirsten Hellion, hello to you. Oh yeah, Safa, this is the big thing. The police saying there was no case against Laming for the upskirting things. Like, yeah, because the staff forced him to delete the photo because they saw him doing it. And he actually acknowledged he did it. He admitted he did it. He was trying to say, oh, it's all completely innocent. He's such a piece of fucking shit. And yeah, choking on ashes, the US with Cuomo and Gates is just like fucked. Anyway, Safa, what's a good hotel in Sydney? Good question. I don't know. Kirsten, packed bags. Okay, what's the current trip that you're planning for, Kirsten? Ashoka, I agree. We will never be. If you're talking specifically about the Attorney General, former Attorney General, we will never be able to prove in a court of law that he raped that woman because she took her own life and can't make a formal statement and all that sort of thing. But there are you can do an inquiry, and that would include interviewing other people who were there because it was at a major public event, and you could get a very good idea of if he's a person of decent character who should be in government. If you're talking about Laming, in regards to the upskirting photo, he straight up admitted to it. Came up with a bullshit excuse, but he admitted he did it. Oh, that's right. Going to the great state of Westralia. That is right. I remember now. Oh, yes. Choking on ashes. Prince Andrew Epstein and all the other Epstein hangers on. And there's a fuck ton of them. A fuck ton of very, very high profile people had close associations with Epstein. Right. I am going to have one of my drinks. Whoa, yeah. Remember when Kanye said George Bush didn't care about black people? And then Kanye had some sort of disconnect and started to pal around with Trump, which was absolutely fucking surreal. Talking about someone who doesn't care about black people. All right. So, I think I'll get my double rocks glass and a big old chunk of ice. Big old chunk of ice. All right. Might move a few things here. Not going to make any more cocktails. So I can put this stuff away. Yep, I can put all this back in the fridge. Oh, I forgot I put this drink in the fridge to chill. Nice. Even forget what this one is. So it's chilled, so I don't even have to put ice in it because it's chilled. Ugh. Checking on ashes. I think you're right about Richard Branson in Epstein. You're saying firsthand he's a creep. Do you mean Branson? You've had dealings with him? So this beautiful clear drink, what was it? I made it last Friday. What was it? I can look. No, wait, I haven't posted the video yet, have I? I don't even remember what's in this. Oh, no, this is the old-fashioned. This is the banana old-fashioned. So this is an old-fashioned banana split that's been clarified. Claire, you got to be back, Claire. You got a visitor. Enjoy hanging out with your visitor. Yes, you've had a runny nose for a couple of days too. Yeah, see, this is a urine sample from someone who's really quite well hydrated. Oh. Splish. So we just put that into a nice double rocks glass. Just having my glass of chilled piss. What does it taste like? I haven't had a proper taste of this. I've had a little taste of it. Oh, that's fucking great. That is fucking great. Doesn't taste like what it used to be. I'm going to sneeze again, I think. Oh my God, I'm such a fucking wreck. Used to be whiskey and some fruit liqueurs. Chocolate liqueur, banana liqueur, macadamia liqueur. Hey, Stella, good evening to you. So check on Ashes. Joan Branson grew up with your ex-parents-in-law. Never the subject of his attention, but you saw him with other girls. Yeah. It's the thing with rich dudes. They tend to act in an extremely entitled manner. There's nothing to be surprised by there. That's really fucking yum. Can't just thinking, can I taste? I can't really taste the whiskey in it anymore. Still tastes fruity. It's really good though. Yeah, still I eat the rich, or at least turn them in the compost. Safi, you're related to a rich dude, and rich dudes piss you off. Yeah, it's that thing of not having to follow the rules, or their perception that they don't have to follow the rules, is really fucking annoying. Oof. So still thinking for another time. Do a Kong one. Probably, yeah. With a couple of sorts of rum, a banana liqueur, and pineapple juice. I could put some coconut rum in there because I've got some coconut, not Malibu, actual rum that's got coconut infusion in it, coconut macerations in it. So you could do a couple of sorts of rum, banana liqueur, and maybe pineapple juice for that tropical feel. Yeah, that'd be a pretty good drink. I mean, seriously, like this is a fucking, I'm just looking at it. This is a fucking terrible drink. 2 ounces of vodka, 2 ounces of Bacardi, 3 ounces of Galliano. That's wild. 1 ounce of apricot brandy and 2 ounces of pineapple juice. That's just like a fucking terrible drink. Yeah. Choke on an Ashes. The entitlement is fucked. So when you say Soylent Green, it was a Futurama joke where Fry asked if they had Soylent Green, and Leela says, of course, and he says, oh, what does it taste like? And she goes, it varies from person to person. Which is great. Anyway. Right, speaking of rich folks, the Aaron Spelling mansion sold to UK F1 boss's daughter. It's an insane price. I bet it is. Aaron Spelling not only had a lot of money from all his TV stuff, he was really fucking tacky. Is the ex-F1 boss the Nazi? I'm going to look it up. Aaron spelling mansion. Holy fucking shit. Okay, I'm going to share this. All right. Sold it for $120 million. Let's look at some pictures. I'll share the screen. Oh, Jesus, what did I spill on my screen there? Oh, Jesus, really caked on, whatever it is. Okay, Chrome tab. Error in spelling mansion. So, I mean, fucking look at it. It's, oh my God, look at that. It's a W. Why is it a W? And there's a tennis court and a swimming pool. That's like 100 rooms or something. Like you go 1, 2, 3. Sorry, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah, 2 stories. That's like about 50 rooms. Maybe more if it goes back. It could be more than 50 rooms. Jesus. Tacky as fuck. Oh, here we go. What it takes to run Spelling Mansion. Okay, now let's read this article. Let's read this fucking article. Sorry, I'm going to share the other screen because it's got a much bigger picture. Stop screen and share screen. No, what are you doing to me? So, Chrome tab. Okay, share. So, there's the big mansion, right? The fountain on the trees. So, one of the largest homes in the world, 56,000 square feet, larger than the White House, 21 times the size of the average American house, has a bowling alley, wine cellar, tasting room, beauty salon, massage and tanning rooms. Former resident Sam Palmer lived in the house with his fiancée, Formula One heiress Petra Eccleston. While in residence, Mr. Palmer said he was surprised at the expense of difficulty of running the property. Of course it is. Requires 35 to 50 full-time staff members. So it's sold for about 120 million. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's stupid as fuck. It is basically stupid as fuck. It's a big ass mansion. So if you want to go Putin's palace, okay. Putin's palace. It actually auto completes to. Okay. Jesus, that's pretty fucking big, isn't it? Ooh, what's inside his secret message? I'll share this. What's I wasn't sharing the screen. I'm an idiot. Let's share this. So Putin's palace. $28,000 leather sofa. Symbol of 20 years of Putin's rule, Navalny opines. About $1.3 billion funneled to Putin from various oligarch cronies, making it the world's biggest bribe. So there's it's near the Black Sea. So it's more than 190,000 square feet. Sits on 27 square miles of land, which is larger than the island of Manhattan. It's got an arboretum with 40 gardeners, twin helicopter pads, subterranean ice hockey rink, vineyards, 27,000-foot tea house for guests, outdoor amphitheater for concerts. A tunnel that accesses the beach doubles as a bunker. It also features a special chamber cut into the cliffside that serves as a tasting room with a view of the sea. Gate to Putin's palace presents a gold double-headed eagle insignia from the Russian coat of arms. Picture of Tsar Putin. So he's spent, hundreds of thousands of dollars on the furnishings. God damn, what an asshole. What an asshole. Yeah, they're almost exactly. Well, because in these big houses, like you're saying, they need a staff of dozens of people to maintain them. Oh, okay. This is good. Yes, no wonder Russian pensioners have no money. Yeah, well, Putin, as Navalny describes it, that's like the world's biggest bribe. All these oligarchs funneled more than $1 billion to Putin to build that, to obviously stay within his favor, which is very fucked up. Very fucked up. But yes, it is outrageous. There's no two ways about it. It is extremely outrageous. And particularly with so many people in Russia living in poverty, for Putin and the oligarchs to just have this level of excess is just fucking offensive. Joking on Ashes, you can barely manage a 1-bedroom flat. I'm very bad at cleaning this place. House that I rent at the moment, 5-bedroom house, and very bad at keeping it clean. Oh, because you think if you had millions of dollars, still live in a 3-bedroom max. Yeah, if you live in Sydney, you'd pay millions for a 2-bedroom apartment. I think again, if I had millions rather than one really big place, I'd probably have one decent sized house left, but I'd have an apartment in the city. Again, not a huge one, but a couple of rooms so people could stay over. Probably one on the beach, so I could live at the beach in summer. But yeah, this huge sprawling mansion thing is such a shitty idea. It's such a shitty idea. Wolf, well, there is a type of Russian revolution happening at the moment with Putin's dictatorial rule being challenged quite a bit by Navalny. Protests happening a lot. So a certain chunk of the Russian population is sick of Putin's bullshit. But admittedly, there is another chunk of the Russian population who fucking love Putin. There's no two ways about it. So but you know, Putin's been in control for 20 years and the constitution was meant to make that impossible. But Putin just basically wiped his ass with the constitution. And because he was in the KGB. He's an old school Soviet. Yeah, it's just he's fucked. I was trying to think of a more eloquent way of putting it, but in short, Putin's fucked. So if you join your brethren in the protest, but you don't want to get arrested, you do not want to get fucking arrested for being anti-Putin in Russia or neighboring countries. That's not good for your health. But yeah. Joke on an ashes, you'd go for a bit of land if you had money. Yeah, I'd like the variety. I would like a nice house, not a stupid big one. Nice house, and because I like living in Melbourne, it would probably be somewhere on the bay. But I'd definitely have a city apartment for crashing out in the apartment. I'd probably let Aidsy live there and look after it, and have extra rooms so I could stay over if I was in the city. Oh, nice. Earth Crow, going to have your dinner? Fired up the stove for some roux teriyaki. Nice work. Nice work, that man. I hope it is good. Hope it's good. So, Raiders, look up Kunak in Toorak, one of Melbourne's Most expensive homes owned by Paul Little. Let's look it up. Let's look it up. Kunak in Turak. Christ, it looks like an old. Okay, I'll remember to share the screen this time so you know what I'm fucking talking about. Sharing the Chrome tab. Okay, so you see these pictures. It looks like an old council building more than a house, honestly. Look at the back, it's got a pool. Oh, those tacky fucking lions, but that looks like a guest house or servants' quarters there. Is this the same place? Trying to see if that's the same place. It looks different. Maybe it's just the angle that makes it look different, in fact. But no, it looks very different. $100 million homes in Melbourne. What in the actual fuck? There you go. Yeah, that's too big. That is too big. It's nowhere near the size of those other stupid things we were looking at, but it's too big. So Raiders, it broke the record for the most expensive home when he purchased it. Now has an underground 20-car garage. Fucking hell. Yeah, no, surfing quarters. Yeah. Yeah, they're saying it was like $100 million. Jesus. In Melbourne, $100 million for a house. Fucking people just want money, something to spend their money on, don't they? So is that stuff? A house just sold for $1 million in your mum's country town, population 9,000. That must be quite a house. It must be quite a house. That's just fucked. Though. No, that house is too big. Yeah, my ego's not that big. I just like my ideal house would probably be it would be bigger than this house. It would probably have about 5 bedrooms. But the kitchen would be much bigger. I'd have space for a studio or several studios, in fact, and a bar. Obviously, I'd like to have a proper bar. Raiders, he used to own Toll Transport. Now he's a property mogul. Why not, indeed? Apart from the fact it's sick and wrong. Oh, dear. Yeah, so that's probably the limits I want for a house. About 5 bedrooms with a much bigger kitchen than this one. This is serviceable, but I'd like more space. Space for a studio or two, like themed studios maybe, and obviously a bar. A man cave, no a bar. I'm more sophisticated than a man cave. I'm gonna have a bar. Yes, Safa, it would be great if your generation could just afford a house. I've never been able to afford a house, and I'm Gen X. I'm supposed to be more affluent than you. Oh, well. Kirsten, you have no idea why Americans need enormous houses. If it doesn't have double sinks in the master bedroom, it's trash. Yeah, that whole McMansion thing in America is fucked up. Oh, Safa, a cinema room. Man after my own heart. That is an excellent idea. A cinema room. That's a fucking brilliant idea. But I'd want those things to have friends over, like have big comfy chairs and a big screen or a digital projector or whatever, and a really good sound system. You're on the money, Safa. A cinema room. Definitely want that if I'm a millionaire. So still, houses in fucking Karratha are going for nearly 1 million. I mean, probably in Dubbo, there's $1 million houses. So if you've been looking at Raiders, Paul Little is now head of Melbourne Major Events, ex-Essendon president. When did she hit the fan? Oh, damn. But Stella, that's why you live in buttfuck nowhere, because you can get a house for 90K. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Safa, like the chairs they have in Gold Class, the really comfortable recliners. They're fucking awesome. And a nice sound system. So, Kirsten, you want a bedroom for you and husband, a guest room, and a booze room. Tell the truth, Kirsten, you want about 3 booze rooms. That's what you really want. Or one exceptionally large booze room. I have to admit, I love the Whiskey Tribe. These dudes have a YouTube channel, the Whiskey Tribe. They've set up a distillery in Texas, and they have the Whiskey Vault. They have this secure building that has like this huge fucking bank vault door on it that has, Jesus, now it's probably more than $1 million worth of whiskey in it, just rare bottles from around the world. There's probably, Angry Bunch. Okay, Safa, you sound keen. I have no idea if anyone else is in an Angry Bunch mood, but I will put the link in. Anyone who wants to join, that's the Angry Bunch link. So, Kirsten, you just want a large booze room that's also an office. Yeah, Stella, you want cinema room, bar, library. Yeah. Now, I'd want the bar separate to the possibly a combined bar library. That would be classy with big leather seats in there. That would be fucking classy. I'd maybe do that. But I'd like to have the bar separate to the cinema room. You know what? I'm speaking about bars in the house. I should be receiving next week the ice maker I ordered from a very, very questionable Chinese website. And it's supposed to make clear ice cubes. If it does, like if it gets here, because I'm not going to really believe I've got it until I've got it. But they're very good at faking if they're faking, because they've got this whole tracking thing. And the most recent update from the tracking said it had arrived at the distribution center in Melbourne. So I'll probably get it next week, assuming it's real. But if I get it, that's one hurdle. The second hurdle, because it's the thing you plug in, like the second hurdle is, does it work at all? Or is it broken? And the third thing is, does it really make clear ice? Because if it does, because this only cost about $40 to get delivered, if this thing that I paid $40 for genuinely makes clear ice cubes, it's a fucking game changer. It is a major game changer. I still am full of doubt. Raiders, China Post is as reliable as Donald Trump. See, that's what I'm worried about. And Robot Man Greg, what did you have with eBay orders from China? That they did fake it? Is that what you're saying? That they faked it with a whole delivery thing? Because, yeah, I have kind of been assuming for a really long time this is probably fake. This is basically, it's the old too good to be true thing. Because if I get this and it does what they say for the price I paid, it's just wild. Like, I mean, as I say, it's a game changer. It's a massive game changer. I'm not going to believe it. I'm not going to believe I haven't been completely ripped off till I actually get it, which, as I said, should be next week. But then I'm going to have to run it and see if it actually produces clear ice cubes. But if it does, that would be amazing. Oh, Robert McGregor didn't fake it, but weird logistics updates. I got lots of logistic updates. I was using Google Translate for them all. It came from Wuhan, which was psychologically a bit weird. But now it's saying it's in Melbourne. It's like 2 days ago, it said it was in Sydney. And then it got today is in Melbourne. So I should get it next week. Hell, maybe the delivery people work on weekends. I might get it over the weekend. But it's gonna be a very big deal to me if and when I get it, because just being able to produce clear, and it's not meant to be big, it's not meant to be little clear, but that would be cool if I could just stack a glass with clear ice cubes and pour a drink into it. That would be really cool. Still, what'd you get? Waiting weeks for things to get from Perth. But you ordered something from New York, which arrived in Outback Australia in 6 days. Well, Greg, you reckon I'll get it? Yeah, it's looking like I'll get it. It's just a question of if it works as advertised. All right, I'm going to get some ice. Big ice. Big old ice. Big old ice. Ice, ice baby, as Vanilla Ice would say. Big old square ice. Not my clear ice. Oh. Okay. Now I got this one, which is a rum clarified cocktail. This person that gave me the urine sample, not so well hydrated as this person. This person is hydrating well. This person is that dark. They might even have a urinary tract infection. There could be a bit of blood in this. Oh yes, Raiders, clean thoroughly. Yes. Good thing. Yeah, but it was weird because like the original tracking when it was in China, going from the warehouse to distribution center, was unsurprisingly in Chinese. But thanks to the magic of Google Translate, I could just copy and paste, and it was giving me a pretty good translation of where it was. But yeah, the last point, like it was shipping from Wuhan, and just seeing that, like your parcel is coming from Wuhan, was a bit okay. That's just given the last year. That's a bit weird. That is a bit weird. Wolf, what happened to Vanilla Ice? He's still around. He had a reality show a year or two ago. Using his real name, which I forget. It's a bit more diluted with a big old chunk of ice in there. Fucking, I've got, this is some of my most recent glassware. Purchased these double rock glasses. Fucking great. Just big glasses. God damn, that's good. Whoof. But because it's like this one's got lots of rum in it. So a little bit of dilution from ice is a good thing with this one. I feel like, God, now Wolf, I want to look him up. Vanilla Ice. Whatever happened to Vanilla Ice? If I look him up, what? Vanilla Ice. What is Google saying about Vanilla Ice? That's right. Robert Van Winkle. Is his name Van Winkle? So he's about the same age as me, actually. Born in 67. I was born in 66. Vanilla Ice IMDb. Rise and fall of Vanilla Ice as told by Vanilla Ice. There you go. Oh, here we go. The classic. Exactly what you're saying. Whatever happened to Vanilla Ice? Okay. So hot stuff, where is he now? Real name Robert Van Winkle. Transformed himself into a lighting salesman. Oh yeah, he's doing ads for lights. Okay. Works for Capital Lighting in Florida. Has designed what he calls Vanilla Ice Lighting, which is a line of chandeliers and wall sconces. And in the ads, you'll be very pleased to learn in the ads for this lighting thing, he says, lights, lights, baby. Excellent, Kirsten. 9 bottles of booze in a bag. That's just enough for a trip. How long's the trip? A week? And yes, Stella and Robot Man Greg, yes, Vanilla Ice had his own reality home reno show. That was like just in the last year or two. Heine, what have you experienced? Slow mail in Australia. Had a seller in China contact you saying, hasn't your stuff arrived yet? And you were the calm one. You were the calm one saying, chill, dude. It'll just take a day's mail here is really slow. I found enormous variation because, yes, in the last year, I have ordered a fuck ton of stuff off the internet. Much of it booze. Not all of it. I ordered clothes. I ordered this thing, my Soda Stream alternative. And what else did I order? A few kitchen things. I did order a few kitchen things online. Mostly booze, though. Lots of booze. So much booze got delivered to me in the last year. It's varied from some of the stuff with local people in Melbourne who are using a courier rather than Australia Post. I got it like the next business day. Like for fucking real, one Friday night on the stream, we were looking at I was sharing with everyone. We were looking at one of the local distillers and I said, I'm buying that and that. And it fucking arrived on the Monday. So someone fulfilled the order on the weekend and it got delivered on the Monday. That was wild. That was the quickest one. But yeah, it's varied from next business day to a couple of weeks. So yeah. Fucking you guys probably can't hear it, but the stove's making a horrible noise and it bugs. Cheeky fucker, it stopped when I got up. Just got to turn off my ring light while I'm standing up. Just so the fucking transformer doesn't overheat. Woo! Oh, you could hear it, Safa. Okay, there you go. Wolf, had I heard Vanilla Ice in jail for grand theft and burglary? I had. Sure, you're not thinking that. That sounds like, who was that? Fucking O.J. Simpson got busted for assault and robbery. Joking on Ashes, you ordered loads in the first lockdown. I ordered so much stuff all year. So much booze. So many boxes being disposed of here. I wasn't the only one ordering stuff. A lot of books being ordered. Mrs. Angry recently got an exercise bike. Clothes. I wasn't the only one ordering clothes. There's a fucking fruit fly just buzzing around there. Oh, got away from me. Nice. Choking on Ashes. You got the fairy lights too. That's my sophisticated set decoration for my YouTube videos. And people love it. I've had several comments since I put the fairy lights in that people go, that's much better. Than they've refrained from saying from that buttfuck ugly gap tooth vertical blind you had behind you before. But I'm well cognizant that the blind with its missing things is fucking ugly. It would have been good if all the things were there, but it's not. And the landlord doesn't want to replace it. And I'm teaching you. Is it? What's the temperature in Melbourne tonight? Fuck, it's still 20, 21. They're saying an overnight minimum of 14, but that's like at 5 a.m. So that's warm. Fucking hell. At 10 p.m., it's still 21 Celsius. Because, yeah, then tomorrow's 28, and then Saturday's 30. And then there's a change on Sunday. And then it's back down to low 20s, which is still really nice. My favorite fucking weather this time of year. This part of autumn and this part of spring, when it's like mid to high 20s, fucking love it. Yeah, choking on ashes. I reckon a lot of us went a bit over the top with online ordering during COVID. Pretty wild stuff. Yeah, suffer 30 on Saturday. Mrs. Angry and I were going to go out to the comedy festival on Saturday night, but we've both got colds. And even if we feel better on Saturday, it seems like a stupid idea. We won't have a lot of energy, and that requires a bit of fucking energy to go out. So we're not going to go out on Saturday night, which is a mild disappointment, but it's like, it's in the grand scale of things, it's not a huge deal. So I don't know. We might get to go out during the week to see some comedy shows. Who knows? Chris, you got 65 Fahrenheit in freedom units. I need to translate freedom units, my friend. And I've got a little converter here. Temperature. So 65. 18. That is actually not far off we've got here. Over the next... It's quite warm on Saturday. So Saturday is 86 in freedom units. But for the next week after Saturday, we're averaging about 72 freedom units temperature-wise. Shit, Stella. Okay, you're also 3 hours earlier, but still 30 where you are at the moment. Safa, how many generations from convicts? My dad's side is actually free settlers from Scotland. My surname comes from free settlers who were mid 18th century, no, mid 19th century. Mid 19th century. My mum's side is a pack of Irish convicts. Mrs. Angry found some real fun, colourful ones. So my mum's bloodline goes back a long way. You're like, how many generations? Somewhere between 5 and 10, anyway. And my dad's probably goes back about 5 generations. But my mum's side is a bunch of Irish convicts, which I'm pretty cool with. And again, I've mentioned this before, but it's so cool. I'm going to mention it again. When Mrs. Angry was looking up my family bloodline on that, the Mormons own that website. It's not called heritage.com. I forget what it's called, but it's a thing where you look up your lineage. Ancestry.com. That's it. She found out one of my ancestors who settled in the country New South Wales area near where I lived, these 3 brothers, obviously only one of them is my bloodline, 3 brothers, they were highwaymen. They were a fucking gang. These 3 brothers who were highwaymen, fucking robbing stagecoaches in England, and they all got transported. But then they moved to Australia, they served their time, and then they got away from Sydney and squatted on some native people's land, but they became fine, upstanding members of the community, which I think is fucking hilarious. So yeah. So they went from being highwaymen, transported convicts, to fine, upstanding members of the country's squatocracy. Fuck, this is a good one. This is the one I made last week. And like I always say with the milk clarified drinks, they're always interesting. They're not always better than they were before they were clarified. But this one, which was a really complicated one I made, that has a fuck ton of rum and some other stuff in it, like cinnamon and vanilla and whatnot. This is just fucking great. Ugh. Oh, nice. Checking on Ashes. Your parents were posh, unlike you. It's been a long time since there's anyone posh in my bloodline. Annette, hello. Oh, here's the fun thing, because I found out the first Scottish ancestor with my surname who came out here as a free settler was a gunsmith. I think he married a convict, actually. I'm not sure. I think he married a convict when he got out here, but I'm not sure. But yeah, so I found out he was a gunsmith in Scotland, and thought, cool. And last time I was in the UK, and I actually had a trip up to Scotland, and I was in this shopping mall, and there was this antiques thing, and they did have some firearms and whatnot. And I thought, this dude probably knows what he's talking about. So I said, how's it going? And I explained, one of my ancestors who moved from Scotland was a gunsmith. And I said, what do you reckon is the chance of being able to find one of his weapons? And the guy said, at that period, like mid 1800s, like everyone and their dog set up as a gunsmith. It was weird. There were so many of them. So that's no chance. So Kirsten, apparently mid 1800s Scotland gunsmith was like Australian distilleries at the moment, just everywhere. Yes, Annette, Scots are the best. Chuck out the rest. Annette, being drunk on the internets. I'm not that drunk yet. I do have to make a little bit more video. My other drink is just clarifying there. I want to get some ice ready. And I do have a bit of clear ice, and I need to cut it. Nah, Kirsten, you'll be fine. I know, with all these stupid fucking lockdowns and whatnot, but you'll be fine. That's it. So it's the fucking same. All right. That's going to take hours. I need a sharp knife. I need a bread knife. Or, where's my knife with the sharp? Come on, where are you? Okay, I'll do this one. Got a serrated edge. Oh, and I need a fucking cutting board. All right, I'm gonna cut this ice before I get too drunk because I don't want to hurt myself. Do. Where's my glass of ice? All right, so with quite a big bit of my clear ice here, so I'm going to cut it in half so I can use it for 2 drinks. So what all the guides online say is to score it all the way around. Oh, I've done it quite uneven. Oh. Say la vie. It's not that bad, but it is quite uneven. I need to let it temper for a little while, I think. Safa, well, Robin Hood was probably fictional, so. Oh, Annette, did you want to join? I put blah, 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 blah. That's the Angry Bunch link, Nettie. You can join anytime you like. Forkinell. All right. I need to let that temper for a little bit. Ah, Kirsten only going to 7 distilleries this time. Nice. And I like that all the stuff you're taking is gifts as well. Nice touch. Is it Archie stuff or other stuff that you're taking across as gifts? Oh, I love it when I make something and I'm like, oh my God, that's really fucking good. It's almost like I know what I'm doing sometimes. Ooh, 5 new distilleries since you were there last. Are they all gin distilleries or do any of them do whiskey or rum? I'm always fascinated as to what they're making. Safa, you're supposed to be 0-0 to drive, so no driving tonight. Good man. Oh, choking on ashes. Well, the Australian distilleries, Kirsten is a better knowledge of this. A guy called Bill Lark in Tasmania got the laws changed so new distilleries could open in Australia. And certainly in the last 5 years, they've sprouted like fucking mushrooms. There are hundreds of them. And of course, a lot of them produce gin because gin is very easy. Like you take it straight off the still and it's ready. Whereas stuff like rum and certainly whiskey needs needs to be aged. Wow, what the fuck happened then? I think I need to drink some water after this. Safi, you've got into Portello flavored vodka. Wow. Well, that's interesting because of the 7 distilleries, 1's whiskey, 1's gin and rum, and 5 are all gin. Nice. Nice. So you're taking over a bunch of Archie stuff for gifts. That makes sense, Kirsten. Also, top quality gifts. Lucky people getting those top quality gifts. The Archie is good. I've got to get, because I've got the Archie rye. When it's not sold out, I have to get the fucking single malt. And yes, Stella, a lot of distilleries produce gin while aging their whiskies. Most distilleries who want to produce a whiskey takes them like a minimum of 5 years to get their first whiskey, because everyone pays attention to your first whiskey. So you can't put out something shitty. So they don't rush it out. It's usually a minimum of 5 years before someone produces a whiskey. So I've got, of all the whiskies, they come from actually only 3 different distilleries. My whiskies only come from 3 different distilleries, I think, in Australia. Rums come from all over the world. The Australian gins come from 1, 2, 3, at least 4 different gin distilleries. Ooh, nice, Kirsten. The next single malt's coming soon. Gone to the blending room. Excellent. Yeah, Safa, Kirsten is our resident expert on beverages. So she knew your flavored whiskey was from Bilson's. There you go. Oh, of course, that's the other thing. We're talking about distilleries make vodka too. A lot of Australians make vodka. Some make an agave spirit. They can't call it tequila because tequila can only be produced in certain states in Mexico. But there are a few distilleries in Australia who make an agave spirit, which is basically, an Australian style tequila. I've never tried it. Oh, nice. The Bellarine have actually announced the release of their batch one. The Bellarine distillery is one that's, an hour or 2 outside of Melbourne, where I visited last time. Mrs. Angry and I had a weekend away, and their whiskey is about a year over. It's at least a year overdue. But when we visited, we said, "Oh, why hasn't it come out?" And they said, "Oh, we actually just want to make sure it's right." Yeah, because the original target date was 2020. Now, yeah. So, but their first release is probably going to be stupid expensive. So I won't be getting it. Oh, of course, the people at Bilson's, Kirsten. Flick and Nate, you adore them. Nice. And then you're getting Mini-Me a hot chockey, and then you'll join. Nice. Yes, well, Stella, you can make mead at home. I don't know the actual recipe, but I know you can make mead at home. Obviously, it has a honey base. Let's see if I can make this ice split. It's tempered a bit. So I need to, what can I use that's heavy that I won't break? This Pyrex. He said overconfidently, maybe you'll break the Pyrex. Yeah. Ice is chipping, bitch. I dropped it, but it's fine. Right. So it's got like so fucking uneven, idiot. Oh well, I'm just going to rinse this because I dropped it on the floor. Jesus, I'm just going to share with you. How beautiful and clear is that? How beautiful is that? So this other drink is going to take like another hour to drip through. How much is still to go? Yeah, it's still a while. I'm going to put this back in the freezer. Dun, 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 dun. Really apparent. Yeah, we'll put it separate. There we go. I'll just cope with the fact The chunks of ice are really uneven. Let's get that out of the way so I don't have any more disasters. Oh, I think it's time to drink some water, actually. Ooh, why don't I clean up these water spills with my snotty tissues? What could possibly go wrong apart from me covering the bench top in disease? So, Kirsten, 78 Degrees out of South Australia just released their new Core Range whiskey. Ooh. Okay. Safa, high on sugar vodka. Yep. 78 Degrees gin. Okay, it's the Adelaide Hills Distillery. Uniquely Australian whiskey. Pre-order now. $110. That's a bargain. A whiskey that looks to break the traditional boundaries of what we know whiskey to be, creating something uniquely Australian in style and flavour. Up until now, Australian whiskey has been largely influenced and led by the Scottish whiskey industry, from production processes through to still design. We wanted to create something different, something uniquely Australian, maintaining complete control throughout, from locally sourced single paddock grain to hand-selected casks, producing a whiskey batch which focuses on quality and sustainable practices whilst being uniquely Australian in style. It uses local barley, unmalted barley complemented with specialty malts. Use a roller mill. Traditionally, grain is rinsed up to 3 times to extract all residual sugar from the husks. We ferment on grain, meaning we don't waste water on this step. This is more sustainable, and the resulting liquid picks up more complexity as it draws phenols from the husks. Single shot distillation. Our wash is run through a hybrid pot and column still, meaning that a single run is enough to produce our new make spirit, reducing husk, maximizing efficiency, maximizing power. We also distill our wash on husk. This allows us to maximize extraction and reduce waste, also releases flavor and body in the spirit. Our pot ale is naturally rich in micronutrients, allowing the waste to be sprayed back onto the barley and used as a natural fertilizer. That's the fucking circle of life, isn't it? That is the circle of fucking life. They get the grain locally, and then after the distilling, the waste product is able to be used on fertilizer on another barley crop. That's the fucking circle of life right there. Ha! Oh, Kirsten, the lab in your workplace, they're making mead. Nice. Safa, Tim Zhu won boxing. Ooh, a boxing dynasty. Costa Thew's son. We'll accept migrants when they're good at sport. Well, Tim Zhu was born in Australia, I think, but his dad, Kostya, was Russian? He was from somewhere from Eastern Europe anyway, and was accepted here as a migrant and became a boxing champion. I think Kostya is about my age. Let me look that up. How do we pronounce that name again? Tizyu. Ugh, I can't spell. Sorry. Oh well. So if you're accepted here after 2 years of legal battles, play out private chat. Heidi ho. Oh, Nettie. Shit. Okay. I'm awake. How are you?
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Oh, hang on. I'll just turn this off. There we go.
All right. We're all good.
I've been out at a place called Wesley Ann tonight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. How was that?
Yeah. Full of cocktails.
Ah.
I Now let me think. I had 2 Rieslings, two amaretto sours, and an espresso martini.
That's quite strange, really. That's
and seafood paella. Oh, yummy!
ooh, that sounds good. That sounds good. Yeah, good.
And now I've made myself one of these, my usual
Ooh, like a
old-fashioned
Godfather.
Godfather. Yep.
Nice.
And my second born is most amused by all of this. Mummy is very funny. Mummy's very funny when she comes home from drinks with her friends.
Good.
Oh my God, did you
radio.
hear that?
Yeah. What is it?
Oh, the internet connection's gone out. So
Does that mean you're on 4G
What?
or something?
I'm actually doing this using my hotspot with my phone. The NBN for Reservoir at the moment for TPG is just, so crap this week.
Not good.
I don't know what's
Not good.
going on. They said it was fixed.
No. But you're moving to the city in a couple of weeks.
I am. This is going to be so much
Exciting
fun.
time. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Glasses. They're really easy to put on, apparently.
They are. They're fantastic. Yeah.
CBD are just like, whew, diving.
Yeah.
So those of us who prefer an urban lifestyle might actually... Sorry?
There's a delayed sort of echo of me coming through on your end, and I'm not sure what that's about.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
That's probably me using the hotspot.
I'm not sure. Wolf Northern has to go.
How about I come back again? I go and come back again.
Okay, try
See if
that.
that fixes it. Okay. All right. Bye.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see what happens when Eddie comes back. Okay. So, Raiders, you know what Eddie's talking about, Old Northcote Hort, along with Northcote Social Club. I don't go out to Northcote a lot, but I have been to those places. It's like the other side of the city to me. So I don't know if it's my imagination, but I think this saline nasal spray helped. I've been much less snotty. Yeah, Chris, it's CBD, the Central Business District, not the cannabis oil, which is still illegal in Australia, although we're at the research into medicinal uses at the moment. So if we follow the same path as the US, which we probably will, we're a couple of years away from legalization. Oh, how good would live streams with me on edibles be? Because I don't smoke, so I'm not going to smoke. Although I suppose I might vape. But my preference would probably be edibles. So how good would live streams with me on edibles be? Anything could happen. So it's just like, woo. Wait, how many... Oh, no, I've got 2 rock glasses down there. I was just thinking for a little bit in the future, I'm going to try these 2 dronks. Chris, don't vape. Vaping is bad, kids. Edible goodness, that'd be crazy. Yeah, well, it's better than smoking, but I don't smoke, so I won't be doing that. So I'll probably go edibles. Nice. I'm very glad, Stella, that your illegal CBD has helped. Because there is significant evidence that it helps in a quite wide range of medical conditions. Doesn't work for everyone, and for some people it makes the situation was. Like for some people, it's good for pain relief. For some people, weirdly, it can make the chronic pain worse. But it's good for cancer patients for both pain relief and stimulating appetite. And honestly, it is far less destructive than alcohol. So it is a fucking farce that alcohol's legal while cannabis isn't. It's ridiculous. Stella, they've made it legal to buy 150 milligrams in chemists across Australia, but you've been using 2,500 milligrams. That's slightly above the legal limit, allegedly, in Minecraft. Nettie is slowly working your way through the packing. Yeah. Okay. Good question, Raiders. Do we need a prescription to get the 150 milligrams? Might help with your mum's back pain. Yeah. Safa, cannabis can absolutely be taxed in Australia. Okay, Nettie's having another go at coming back. Nettie!
Hey,
Okay, you're back. That's good.
I'm back.
I'm not really hearing an echo of me, which is excellent.
I heard an echo though.
You're freezing a little bit. Or freezing a lot, as the case may be. Oh, that's weird. You didn't have the freezing problem last time. No, you're totally frozen. Oh. In a less than completely flattering freeze frame. But then again, freeze frames are just like that. As someone who's been watching themselves on video for, no, that's not working. I'll let you try and rejoin. Absolutely. Choking on ashes, cannabis should be legalized everywhere. So should fucking cocaine and hallucinogens, quite honestly. They're less dangerous than alcohol. See, Safa, the states in America that legalized cannabis have been fucking raking it in. They've been getting millions of dollars in tax on cannabis. So that's another reason, you can tax it and make a lot of money off it. It's very interesting. There is some very, very interesting research being done into hallucinogens as a medical treatment. It doesn't scale very well, but there was a hospital in Melbourne that was doing these experiments with terminal cancer patients taking hallucinogens, controlled doses of hallucinogens. And it sounded amazing. Like these people, it was actually helping people be at peace with the fact they were going to die. Because this is just people who are going to fucking die, right? And they're freaked out and scared. And it's just the thought that they're going to die is terrible. But there were these controlled doses of hallucinogens, and they were led in these therapeutic sessions. And the reports from the medical people of how it helped the people just embrace the reality that they were going to die sounds absolutely fucking like giving people peace, psychological peace. That just seems like such a positive thing to me. And yes, Stella, LSD and depression and other mental health issues, that is, but again, from what I've read, the sessions of dosing on hallucinogens to help with depression and other mental health issues doesn't really scale in a way that would be affordable for people who aren't quite wealthy. It's like, the rich fucking wankers who go to South America and do ayahuasca, discover your inner self journeys. Yeah, it works, but it's expensive and it's not scalable. But so if you used to live close to junkies in Ukraine, not pleasant. No, unsupported and out of control addiction to drugs is very, very, very bad. Nice, Chris. You got the best schools in the state in Washington, thanks to the weed in the country. Nice. Yeah, Raiders, as opposed to just filling people with morphine so they're not aware of anything. Absolutely. Whereas it's doing the stuff with hallucinogens is like the opposite of dosing someone up with morphine. Morphine, when people are dying from very painful cancers, it's like they don't even know what's happening. Whereas these experiments with hallucinogens was the literal opposite, where the people became super aware of what was going to happen, and they embraced it and were able to make peace with it. Like, it sounds absolutely fucking amazing. But yeah. Oh my God. I was just thinking, I have not done hallucinogens in a really long time. A live stream of me on hallucinogens would be very weird. Not something that should necessarily happen is all I'm saying. Yeah, Nettie, problems with the interwebs, sucks ors. Maybe it'll be better in the city. I don't know. Who knows what'll happen when you move to the city. So you'd like to try ayahuasca. Don't want to shoot yourself uncontrollably, subject yourself to sexual assault. Yeah, no, you've got to find very reputable practitioners to do hallucinogenic therapy, because there are certainly a lot of fucking dodgy people. Yeah, and you don't want to be, because I mean, talking about, junkies not being good. God, one of my shared houses in Sydney, I ended up being the only one not doing heroin in this house out of like 5 or 6 people. One person had this complete psychotic episode from amphetamine abuse. Like, she didn't sleep for a week or 2 and was just doing speed the whole time and just had a complete fucking breakdown. Just like a really serious psychotic episode. And seeing that shit has made me temper my behavior somewhat over the years. Not total abstinence, but certainly not excessive, but not even regular recreational use. And you can't get the same ISP at the new address. Up a new suggestion. You probably should find out, like, because it's an apartment building, there might be a blanket deal. I don't know. Safa, didn't the former Adelaide Crows coach use ayahuasca killed his dad? I vaguely remember that story about someone killing someone from Adelaide. I wouldn't blame the drugs for that. It'd be something else. Oh, okay, that's a good one, Raiders. You think Optus will do home wireless broadband and 5G? I am looking forward to seeing what 5G brings. Like, if I got a decent 5G plan, it would kind of be fun to do live streams from the phone, like wandering around Melbourne and do live streams. That would be kind of fun. I have actually done that before on 4G. But on a good 5G service, where it wouldn't cost a fortune. Safa, I think it's theoretically possible for me to get 5G at the moment, but I haven't looked into it. I might look into it when I get a new phone. I'm kind of due for a new phone. I don't even remember how long I've had that one, 2 or 3 years. Stella, yeah. I don't think that dude was on ayahuasca. I think he had mental health issues and may have been like using meth or something, which is the sort of thing that makes you do fucked up, stupid things. Oh, so I'm actually feeling better now than I did at the start of the stream. And this thing's almost ready for me to do a comparison of these two milk punches. And spoiler alert, they look the fucking same. Like, I didn't know if they would look really different, if the one that I let sit for 24 hours would be lighter because leaving for longer maybe filtered out more of the color, but it hasn't. And I'll be interested if there's any difference in taste. Yes, well, Safa, you've never done meth? Don't. Fucking do not ever do fucking meth, okay? It is a bad fucking idea. It's a very bad idea. Make you do very stupid things. I also read it today, you were in the city on 5G. Wow, 770 MIPS down and 90 up. Fucking hell. Yeah, see, when I get, because this is a couple of generations old, I don't think this can do 5G. When I get around to replacing it, it will be with a 5G capable phone. And I might look into 5G plans at that point. Chuck on the Ashes used to be a heroin addict, but would be terrified to do meth. Heroin's way fucking better than meth because heroin makes you like sit the fuck down. Meth makes you do bad fucking things. So Raiders, Optus Home Wireless automatically switches between 4 and 5G. It's awesome. That actually sounds fucking good. Yeah, Safa, don't do drugs. It's a good fucking plan. Like I said, I always try to be honest. And yes, in the past, I have done drugs, and I wouldn't rule out doing them again in the future. It's not something I'm really thinking about, but it could happen. But if you never have and never want to, I'm fucking 100% with you. I think that is a really good choice. For that matter, alcohol too. If someone says, "Oh, I'd never drink alcohol," good on you. Good on you. You've got my support. Despite all of that, if someone says, "I don't want to drink alcohol, I think it's bad news," I mean, yep, you're actually right. Don't do it. Don't drink it. Absolutely. So Stella, meth is prevalent in the mining towns. Yes. Once THC tolerances went to 0, people started on meth out of their system by the time they get back to work. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. God, Annette, you had an ex who was on meth, had to kick in his bro out of the house. Yeah, no, it's fucked. Meth is extremely bad news. Yeah, Safa, internet's your drug. Nice. Although the internet can be dangerous too, quite honestly. Thinking I was just about to have more of my clarified drink, but I thought, no, because I've got these other ones to taste in a bit. I might drink a bit more water. I think that's a good choice at the moment. A little bit more water. Keep my throat lubricated while I talk to you all. Although my throat's a bit dry, water tastes really good. So if you're saying NBN's better for pinging the fixed wireless, I've got satellite now. There's a satellite dish just up there, which I think is both my internet and Foxtel at the moment. I have not tested it from a fixed thing. From the phone, from the Wi-Fi, it's about the same, which is quite reasonable. I have not tested from a fixed line since the satellite went in. I should test that. This is the laptop's on Wi-Fi. Was the Raiders chatting to a cop at a breath test? You're saying meth is their biggest. Meth's terrible. Meth makes people do really fucking bad things. Choking on ashes. Better not to do any drugs. Alcohol is more dangerous than a lot of prescribed drugs. Meth accepted. Meth is fucking bad. But yeah. Kirsten, several people you went to high school with are in jail for cooking meth. Oh no. And a bunch of people are strung out junkies. Yes, Annette, there will be a fuck ton of domestic violence fueled by meth and alcohol. Alcohol is very bad for domestic violence. Marijuana, not so much. Cocaine, yes, I can see that causing problems. Hallucinogens, I don't think hallucinogens would cause domestic violence or public disturbances. If you do it too much, you can fuck yourself up very badly, definitely. And while in certain situations, hallucinogens can actually help with mental health issues, they can definitely be very dangerous to people with, and even people who don't have a pre-existing mental health thing can be pushed over if they abuse hallucinogens, because hallucinogens literally disconnect you from reality. So that can be good, that can be bad. I still think it's hilarious that hallucinogens just grow out of the ground, as in mushrooms. Just fucking mushrooms that just fucking grow. And if you eat them, you will be off your fucking chops. To me, that's amazing. Like, we go back to the whole intelligent design thing we were talking about and joking about previously. The idea that there are things that just grow that you don't have to do anything to, you don't have to put through any process, that if you consume them will send you right fucking off. Oh yeah, check on Ashes. You know people who are speed freaks, seen them with psychosis. I've had one first-hand experience of a housemate who had a very bad psychotic episode brought on by amphetamine abuse. And another time, a friend, someone I'd worked with, and I hadn't seen her for a while, and I caught up with her at a pub with a friend, and she was just really open, like, yeah, she'd had a psychotic episode because of amphetamine abuse. And she described it, and I went, oh, so much the same as what happened in my house. It was just like, fuck. Raiders, you've had narrow exposure to coke in the old Chapel Street days. Fun because it's clean. I've had really limited. We're really limited. I think someone gave me cocaine once, but cocaine's too fucking expensive. Like, someone saying, "Hey," because I had some money, and they're like, "Hey, yeah, we shared this party. I can connect." And I said, "Look, I'll buy," because they treated me this one time, and I'm like, "I'll buy." Like, how much? And they started saying like $700, $800, and I'm like, "No, fuck, no. I don't. What, for one night? $700, $800 for one fucking night? I don't want that much pressure to have a good time. I'd rather get fucking pissed, honestly." Safi, you had a neighbor who had psychosis. Yeah, psychosis, whether it's just mental health or whether it's drug-induced, not good. Chris, your experience, meth or drugs had no effect on physical abuse you dealt with? Oh, look, you don't have to be on drugs or alcohol to be a terrible, abusive person. Some people are just abusive, and some abuse situations have nothing to do with drug abuse or alcohol abuse. Some people are just abusive, and it's shit. And I know so many people who've had to go through it. I mean, I've had pretty bad episodes of girlfriends being psychologically abusive and borderline physically abusive. Not good. Not fucking good. Kirsten, you've swept your floor, dishwasher's on, the bin's out. Time to go to Betty Bye. It's got to be up at 5. Go into WA. Have a really good trip, Kirsten. Really, really glad you get to do it. Chris, some people are evil. Some people are just fucked, man. Some people are just fucked. Look, and a lot of abusers are the product of abuse. Some abusers, their fucked up thing actually comes from mental health issues that they can't necessarily control. Some people are just fucking bastards, basically. Some people are just fucking shit. And that's all there is to it. Some people are shit. All right. I am going to get ready to shoot the final bit of this video where I taste test these Milk Clarify things. So I'm going to get my glasses and put the ice in them and let the ice temper, because I don't want the ice to crack when I put the Milk Clarified one in. Oof. Okay, a couple of rocks glasses. Where do I put this ice? Okay, put that one in there. Oh, God, it's so funny. I fucked up the separating of the ice. I mean, look at that. There's such different sizes. Oh, I fucked that up so much. Oh well. Well. Thank you, Annette. You like the fairy lights? Everyone likes the fairy lights. I like the fairy lights. I love fairy lights, actually. Kirsten, keep fingers crossed nothing goes wrong. Get over the border. You will get over the border, Kirsten. You have all our positives with you. Chris, your abuser was mentally messed up, the reasons, but she was just an evil person. Yeah. On one level, it's good to have understanding for someone who's been fucked up and it makes them do fucked up things. Another level, it's not an excuse. This is an interesting thing to me. Like there is a particularly unpleasant form of mental illness that is more common in women than men. Used to be called borderline personality disorder, and now it's called complex PTSD, complex post-traumatic stress disorder, because the people working in mental health realized this condition was basically caused by trauma. It was caused by traumatic events. Because with mental health, there's broadly three things that can cause mental health issues. Trauma, a bad environment. It's not necessarily traumatic, but it's just so bad it builds up mental illness. And then there's a chemical imbalance in your brain, and there's not actually a triggering event, but there's a chemical imbalance in your brain that causes problems. Now, borderline personality disorder, now called complex PTSD, is essentially caused by trauma. And that's why it's post-traumatic stress disorder. It's not caused by just like a naturally occurring chemical imbalance in the brain. Depression, anxiety, bipolar can all be caused just by a chemical imbalance in your brain. Like there doesn't have to be any trauma attached to it. But complex PTSD is a product of trauma. Now, I had the most abusive relationship I've been in was about 17, 18 years ago, and far too late, like basically post-relationship when I got the fuck out of Dodge. She was diagnosed, at that time they said borderline personality disorder, complex PTSD. And at the time, that diagnosis was this huge relief to me. It's like, oh, fuck, that's what was fucking going on. I just knew it was bad. And it was a relief like, oh, no. And I have to admit, my relief was very self-centered. And I was basically kind of going, oh, okay, she was fucked up. It wasn't my imagination. And I was just using that as like a relief thing. Okay, she had this mental health issue. But in the years since then, because I've made like lots of friends online, I wasn't so online at this point. This was pre my YouTube days. I've made a lot of friends. Two women I made quite good friends with on Twitter, both have complex PTSD, and that was a whole different thing. Like for me, it was like, with my ex, because she was abusive, I didn't like her. And so when, there was a diagnosis of complex PTSD, I was like, I fucking knew she was crazy. And that just felt like vindication to me. But it's an entirely different thing when someone you like is quite open with you and they say like, oh yeah, I've got complex PTSD. And it's like, oh, and then I can be more empathetic towards them. Certainly to my ex, I was not empathetic, which is a bit of a failing on my part, but I was not empathetic. It was like, oh, fuck, I knew she was crazy. But when it's people I like, and it's like, oh, I want to be empathetic to them. Oh yeah, so okay. Choking on ashes, you're saying you got complex PTSD. Safa, I don't know when the description started changing from borderline to complex PTSD, but I think it was like the last 10 years or so. Anyway. So Chris, you're saying everything was fine with your ex until you moved in, then she became a totally different person. You hope she got better or got taken care of. Yeah, well, this was a similar thing. I moved in with his girlfriend, and it was very weird, controlling behavior, occasionally violent. And this is where this was the kicker. She was a real manipulator. I should have got the fuck out of Dodge at a very early stage, but I wasn't that long out of a long-term relationship that ended badly. And I think she knew that. She really manipulated that because I didn't want to have another failed relationship. I didn't want to be a failure. And she knew that. And she could fucking push things way past any reasonable level because, I didn't want to be a failure. I didn't want to have another failed relationship. And she fucking manipulated that to the massive extent. Safa, did I call cops when she was violent? The most violent thing she did, and again, I shouldn't have put up with it. One was throwing a coffee cup, not at me, but across the room and against the wall so it smashed. And my kids were very young and they were in the house when she did that. I shouldn't have let that go. And I did. And the other thing was acting real fucking crazy with a knife in the kitchen. Again, not at me, doing it to a chopping board, but acting real crazy and threatening. And no, I never called the cops. But the weird thing is she called the cops once because I said I wasn't going to put up with her shit anymore. I was going to leave. And the cops showed up and she clearly hadn't been injured and she was screaming and being irrational. And I was being really calm, which is admittedly a thing some abusers do, but I didn't abuse her. And the cops came in, and because she was saying she was scared of me, and I was just going, And the cop just looked at me because they wanted to defuse it. And the cop said, "Can you go somewhere tonight? Just go somewhere tonight." And I said, "Yeah, I can find somewhere." And they said, "Good, because then we don't have to do anything. If you leave, we don't have to do anything." And you won't believe what she did. I did come back the next day and she said, "Oh, where were you? All night I was waiting for you to come back." And I was like, "You fucking called the cops. You fucking called the cops. You expect the cops made it clear I could be arrested if I came back. And you're saying, why didn't I come back? Because you called the fucking cops. You fucking psycho." After about a year, I got out of that because also I felt trapped financially as well. But then at a certain point, I realized, no, I can wear whatever financial cost is attached to this. This is just fucked. Ugh. Oh, Christ, Annette, you had your ex threw a beer bottle at the wall, ricocheted into your face. At least my ex, she threw the coffee cup and it was way the other side of the room and it just smashed against the wall. Chris, the most violent thing your ex did was a knife. Oh, she cut herself. Yes. You don't understand your healing. So, yeah, you called the cops. And, of course, yeah, no, they tried to arrest you because it looked like you. Yeah, no. And that was the same thing. At least no one was bleeding when the cops came to this place. But because my ex was being so extreme, and I was just like, dude, I don't fucking know. I'm just fucking calm. I don't know. And the cops just said, like, okay, if you go somewhere else, then we don't have to do anything. And I went, fuck, cool, I'll go somewhere else. And I went somewhere else. And like I said, then she had the audacity to say, "Oh, why didn't you come back? I was waiting for you." And I was like, I didn't come back because you called the fucking cops. I would be arrested if I came back. Jesus. Safa, yes, schools should teach about consent and relationships and all the thing. On Inner Deviant on Twitch, we are sharing nuts stories. You can't see the comments on YouTube, but I usually say them out loud. We are sharing some pretty extreme. The snotty bag of tissues. I'm going to throw these out. Ugh. Okay. I'll throw these out. And I'm going to finish this up. All right. They look the fucking same. They look exactly the same. This is the one that I let for 24 hours. This is the one I left for 1 hour. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-ba. It does look like flat beer. It kind of looks like flat beer. Yes. All right, so that's chilling. So, okay, this is the last bit of video. Okay. Yes, Stella, excellent. Not just high schools, primary schools should teach consent, and not just sexual contact consent. It's just like when you're not comfortable with something, you're allowed to say, I'm not comfortable with something. Oh, God, Chuck and Ashley, X tried to choke you. Is this when you got out? But you should have left years. We all fucking stick around too long. We all fucking stick around too long because we think we can fix it. We think we can make it better. We all stick around too long. But, you know, we learn from it. We grow. Shit happens. Whatever. All right. I'm going to set up the camera. Shoot this last bit of video. I think I must have bumped that. Did I bump that? Doesn't look right. Okay. Where are we? Okay, focus up, camera. Camera's not focusing. I am well out of focus on that camera. I did knock it. Okay. Thought it was pointing in the wrong direction. Yay. Okay, that's a bit better. I'm not that drunk. I can look at my camera and say it's... Oh, let's do this so you can see me. See me while I do that. See the sausage being made. Yeah. All right. I'm going to shoot this last bit of video, which includes a taste test of these. We are now at the final hurdle of our science experiment. Yes, I'm not getting drunk. This is for science. So I'm going to show you, I was dripping this through into these glasses. They look the same. The reason I'm showing you in these glasses, I'm not drinking from these. I've put some on ice so I can drink it, but it looks different with ice. But yeah, okay, the first observation, this one, I let it sit for 24 hours. This one, I let it sit for about an hour. They look very much the same. So the only question is, do they taste different? Now, I used some of my specky clear ice, but I absolutely screwed up. I had this one big bit of ice. I wanted to break into 2 bits, and one bit's only half as big as the others. I really screwed the thing up. So this one looks much lighter than this one. It's just because it's got a huge bit of ice in it. That's why I wanted to show you the ones without the ice, because this looks much lighter. But without the ice, they look the same. But maybe they taste different. I think if they were going to taste different, the one that I left sit for 24 hours would taste milder. So I'm going to taste it first. Let's see. Oh, that's really good. Putting those various Amari in there, that's really good because it's got this light sort of fruitiness from the wine content. There's a tiny little bit of bitterness on the end, but compared to the lemon, I don't even remember what I called it, but the previous quite complicated rum milk punch I made, this is a much lighter taste. But does this one taste lighter as well? Okay. This one maybe tastes a bit more like alcohol. I'm going to have to do a slight more comparison. It's hard to tell if this is just psychological, but I think there is a slight difference in the taste. Namely, I think the one that I let actually curdle for just an hour, tastes slightly more like alcohol. They both taste really light. They're an incredibly pleasant flavor. Again, when you look at what I made, it's like, well, it was a couple of sorts of rum and a couple of Amari and pineapple juice, and it's just its own thing. Like that's the funny thing when you make a milk punch. It's very hard to pick out the individual flavors. It becomes a whole different thing. Often when you make a cocktail, you can pick out the individual flavors, even if it's quite complex. But yeah, with a milk punch, it just becomes a whole new thing. It's a completely different thing, and it's borderline impossible to pick out individual tastes. This is just a new thing. And look, I think there is a very slight difference in the flavor between them. Visually, there was no difference between them. So I will go back to, in the name of science, do you need, when you are making a milk clarified cocktail or a milk punch, do you need to let it sit for 12, 24, 48 hours? Because I've seen a lot of guides online that say leave it that long. My answer is categorically no. Visually, this has made no difference. Taste, it is just possibly made an almost imperceptible difference in taste. It's hard to be objective because I know they're different drinks. So I think my brain's looking for differences between them. I think possibly if I was just given both of them and not told they were different things, I would think they were the same. They're really good. This is yet another winner of a milk punch. But yes, we've done science, people. We are not alcoholics. We are scientists. We are concocting these drinks in the name of science to understand how these tastes go together. So yes, until I see you again, I hope you take care. And hey, look, if you're stuck with me, if you're learning from me, if you're not already subscribed to the channel, it would be great if you did subscribe and hit the little notification bell so you know when I upload. Failing that, maybe you'll just find me on the interwebs at some point. So until I do see you again, I will say double fisting for the win, viva science, and cheers. Double fisting. I always have to mention double fisting. Dun, dun, dun. Switching stuff off now. I forgot to put my filler light on then. That's probably going to look different on the video. Oh, how annoying. I'm going to have to try and fix that in post. As the saying goes, fix it in post. Oi, what have I missed? Strength is a bullshit concept. Oh, wait, I've missed something fun. Video time. Oh, Stella, I fucking love milk clarified cocktails. You may have noticed. But I am really glad I did this experiment. Because I'd always said those guides that say, no, in a deviant, no, show's not over, man. It's a public holiday tomorrow. I don't have to fucking get, and I'm feeling better than I did. I think this fucking saline spray helped. I'm feeling better than I felt an hour ago. So we'll keep going for a while, for as long as everyone's up for it, basically. Oh, we're only at the 3-hour mark. It's early days, considering I don't have to get up in the morning. Yeah, because a lot of guides for the milk clarified drinks say you have to leave it for 12 or 24 or even 48 hours. And I thought I'd never done that because I do pour the drink into the milk and it curdles. And I go, well, I can see it's got curds in it. I don't have to wait. I'll just do it now. And I'd always said, ignore those guides because they're full of shit. But I had this nagging doubt that maybe I'm wrong. And so I did this little scientific experiment. And I'm not wrong. So I feel good. Choking on Ashes, never had a milk clarified cocktail. It's a slightly time-consuming but easy process. And I have a shit ton of videos on my Angry Cocktails channel, showing you how to do it. It's basically you have a drink, whatever it may be, you have a drink, and there are a couple ways to do it. The easiest way is to add it to milk. It has to have some acid content, and the easiest way to do that is with citrus content. This actually has pineapple juice in it. Pineapple juice is plenty acidic enough to curdle milk. You just need something that will curdle milk. So you pour the drink in, and the milk curdles, and it looks gross as fuck. And you leave it for half an hour to an hour, and then you pour it through a coffee filter, like just a. I'm just putting this together because it's all the same. I have a little bit to go. I'll show you. So it's just a funnel, just a paper coffee filter in there, and you pour the drink through there, and you can see what this does. See that there? That's the curds from the milk. The milk separates into curds and whey, and the curds actually do the heavy lifting. The coffee filter doesn't do the heavy lifting of the filtering. That's just to hold it. The curds actually do the heavy filtering. And this drink, see how beautiful and clear it is? This was a really gross, opaque brown when I made it, but the clarifying process clarifies it and makes it beautiful and clear. Takes a lot of the color out of it, and it also takes a lot of the harsh edges off the flavors. So you can make a milk clarified cocktail with some really strong flavors, stuff that you might not necessarily like, and the clarification process will actually take the edges off the flavor. Like a lot of people, you could use coffee or really strong black tea, and it takes all the tannins out, but you still have a tea flavor or a coffee flavor in there. And traditionally all sorts of spices got thrown in, like cloves and cinnamon and whatnot. So there's a very interesting history with milk punches. And yes, Choking on Ashes, it's Safa's birthday in an hour. So I'm staying at least an hour to say happy birthday. Yeah, Safa, I fucking hate coffee. I really hate coffee. Everyone's talking about the Mr. Black coffee liqueur, and I made a cocktail with it, but I had to milk clarify it to make it tolerable. And it's still in the fucking fridge. For anyone who visits, I was going to give it to Aidsy, but I haven't had a chance to. Oh yes, Stella, the silky mouthfeel of milk clarified cocktails is amazing. Yeah, and absolutely, because it doesn't feel like you're drinking booze is dangerous. God, this barely tastes like alcohol, and it's got two sorts of rum. I'm just getting this really late on the palate, incredibly mild bitterness from the Amari, like Italian bitter liqueurs. There's two different Amari in there. Fuck, this is a nice drink. Like I said, the milk punches are always interesting. They're not always better, but they're always interesting. It's always interesting what happens. They are often better, or just like so different. So, oh my God, this would be so dangerous if someone just gave it to you. Particularly if someone didn't tell you this was alcoholic, you'd be going, "Oh yeah, that's not alcohol. This has like no alcohol burn." Some of the, depending what you put in them, some of the milk clarified drinks have a bit of alcohol burn in them still, but it tends to remove a lot of the alcohol burn. This, for instance, which I've got to find a receptacle to put it in. How many standard drinks would that be? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Like that kind of looks like whiskey or whatever. Flat beer. That is probably. See, what did I put in? I put 2, 1, 3, 4. This is somewhere between 6 and 10 standard drinks. So this is dangerous, in other words. This is somewhere between 6 and 10 standard drinks. So it's dangerous. So if you wonder how much tax the government get from coffee, good question. I'm not sure how much coffee is taxed. Yeah, so Choking on Ashes, the ingredients in this, if you missed me making it earlier, there's a couple sorts of rum, a couple sorts of bitter Italian Amari, and pineapple juice. And when you add it to milk, the milk separates into curds and whey. This is the curds in here. There's like solid, but the whey is liquid, and the whey gets added to your drink. So the whey dilutes your drink a little bit, but the whey is also more viscous than water. So as Stella was saying in the chat earlier, there's this incredible silky mouthfeel. And it's even really nice, like as you pour it over like a big bit of ice, it flows over the ice slightly slower than water or alcohol normally would. It's fucking great. That's 3 drinks there. That is 3 strong drinks. That's 3 solid cocktails in there, which I shan't be drinking tonight, quite honestly. Oh crap, Annette, you've run out of whiskey. Shit. That's not good. Oof. And I'm too far away to bring you any whiskey, sadly. Okay, so I'm a little bit drunk now. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not shit-faced. But I'm feeling better than it did ages. I need to leave this go through. Got to wait till it's actually Safa's birthday. Choking on Ashes. There are 3 fun things you can do with cocktails. One is infusions. That's like getting a base spirit and infusing something. You can use, and my favorite things to experiment with, and you can do this with vodka. I like doing it with white spirits because it colors the spirit, but you can do it with amber spirits as well. So you can do it with white rum or vodka or gin or tequila. I've done it with all of those. Infused with either herbs, if there's a herb you like, citrus peel can get a very interesting result. Rock candy can be a lot of fun. If you particularly there was a candy make. The shop is closed. Theoretically, you can still get it online. I'm just going to look to see if they actually do still exist online. What were they called? They called themselves the Candy Artisans. Red Balloon, that's them. The Red Balloon. They closed their physical store, but they're still online. We'll get 10% off your first order. Tempting. Candy shop. They do jelly. Oh, they're vegans. They do vegan jellies, vegan honeycomb, chocolates, rock candy, and they do a range of really interesting lollipops, including skull pops. So rock candies. They do event stuff, like they can do stuff for weddings and put your name in them. They do really interesting stuff. Yeah, bride and groom, sure. And I love it. They have bride and groom rock and bride and bride rock and groom rock, which is cute. Double happiness. No, flavors. I want flavors, not colors, although colors are good. These are all just colors: strawberry, watermelon, chalk-filled coffee shots, grape soda. See, these rock candy is great for flavoring spirits because rock candy just tends to dissolve completely in spirits. And if you use a clear spirit, it colors it. The grape soda, aniseed, mandarin, musk, peanut butter filled banana. Wow. Raspberry, salted caramel, sour cherry, spearmint, strawberries cream, sweet and sour, salty chili. I think I still have some of that. I've used it to make chili drinks before. They do a sweet and sour, salty chili. It's a bit sad when they closed their shop during COVID, but they still exist online. So yeah, if you want to, infusing is a fun thing. Fat washing is a fun. Stella, you're heading off. You got to get some pet food before the shops close. Catch you later. Yep. Yeah, so you can do infusions. Fat washing is pretty amazing. And you can use any sort of fat or oil. I've done bacon fat washed bourbon, which is fucking amazing. But you can use, it doesn't have to be an animal fat. You can use like coconut oil or olive oil. And basically what you do is whatever spirit it is, and you can do this with chocolate as well. You can fat wash with chocolate. You do whatever spirit with whatever oil or fat, put it over a low heat. So whatever the oil or fat is blends, and you blend it with the spirit, and then you freeze it, put it in your jar or whatever and freeze it. And then what happens in the freezer is the fat rises to the top and solidifies. So you can just pick that off and then pour the spirit through a coffee paper filter, and it will filter out whatever little bits. And then you get the spirit, which has picked up the flavor of that. And like I said, I've done bacon fat wash, but cook some bacon and get the fat from it and put it in bourbon. A lot of people do with coconut oil, olive oil, basically any oil or fat with a strong flavor. And that includes chocolate, like melting chocolate. And oh yeah, no, Annette, I've seen people fat wash with chocolate. It's fucking amazing. You know, if you're really fancy, you can do it with a sous vide or whatever. But you just get a little saucepan and a spirit and melt some chocolate into it and mix, and then pour it into a jar and put it in the freezer. And the chocolate will freeze on the top, and you take it. And then you've got booze flavored chocolate. But more importantly, underneath, you've got chocolate flavored booze. So fat washing is pretty fucking amazing. And the third thing you can do with beverages is milk clarifying or milk washing or milk punch, which is definitely my favorite. Because like I said, you get something that goes from being a really gross, cloudy brown to this beautiful clear color. Milk clarifying absolutely blows my mind, because it doesn't just change the color, it changes the flavor of everything. So yes, in Russia, people just eat pig fat, marinate it. Fair enough. I mean, I have to admit, I like pork scratchings, or it's called different things. The Filipinos call it chicharron. Choking on ashes. Look it up online. It's amazing. I've done infusions, which is fun. I've only done fat washing once. I did a bacon fat washed bourbon, which is fucking amazing because you end up with this bourbon that tastes like bacon. So if you like bourbon and bacon, that's pretty fucking amazing. I haven't done chocolate fat washing yet. I haven't done the two I want to do at some point are chocolate fat washing and coconut oil fat washing. Coconut oil probably with a rum, because coconut rum's a thing. And I mean, chocolate fat washing, I've seen people do it with vodka. I've seen people do it with gin. You do it with whatever you want. And the infusion thing, like I've seen people do, there's a guy I know on YouTube, he did this strawberry infusion with Campari, which is this really bitter Italian aperitif, and he just infused it with sugar for, I think it was a couple days, maybe a week, and it just totally changed the thing. It just took on all this strawberry characteristics. So you can explore all sorts of things. Oh, Annette, what happened to the bacon cider? I think we decided it was ham cider. We did drink some of it on New Year's Eve, but I was very convinced it was off because I'd had it for years, like at least 3 or 4 years, possibly longer. And the fact that this fucking sparkling cider tasted like ham was clearly a bad thing. So I tipped it down the sink. It was not good. That was a fun adventure. Still up on YouTube. If you want to see a fun adventure, we did. Okay, I need to look it up actually. How many hours were we on for New Year's Eve? It was like 7 or 8 hours. Quite the event. Let's see if I can find it, because it was a while ago. So I have to scroll through a bunch of stuff. Scrolling. Though they're disapproving. Keep those beasties moving, right? December, Jan 1, New Year's Eve party. Went for 6 hours and 17 minutes. Jesus Christ. We did a 6 hour, and because Nettie and Abigail were actually here in my kitchen on New Year's Eve, we did a 6 hour live stream on New Year's Eve. Oh, nice. Annette, you found a chocolate whiskey on Dan's. What's it called? I need to see it now that there's a chocolate whiskey on Dan's. Choking on Ashes. I fucking hate Campari. I hate it so fucking much. Yes, Annette was betrayed by a chair in the kitchen that she fell off. It was definitely not Nettie's fault. It was the chair's fault. She was betrayed. But we definitely had a bit of an adventure because I started slightly late on New Year's Eve because I knew we'd go for a long time. So we started at 9, not 8. Ancient Wisdom chocolate. Let me have a look. What have you found there, Nettie? Can get it for delivery. View product details. Where's it? Oh, it's from the Yarra Valley. It's Australian. There you go. It's 40% alcohol. Whiskey and dark chocolate. Malted choc whiskey. Okay. Fucking hell. I kind of want some. Yeah. That's fucking $10 off if you remember. Shit. So very earthy, nutty with intense dark cocoa aromatics, intense dark chocolate richness, luscious mid-palate is the hallmark of this blend. Fresh aromas of cocoa mingling harmoniously with a whiskey, while well-integrated oak tannins add to the textured finish with great length. Complex layers work together to deliver a truly beautiful drop. Bewitching blend of dark cocoa and whiskey, combined with the sweetness of wild bush honey, completely redefines whiskey. It's a 40% alcohol whiskey liqueur. Fuck. Barrel-aged cocoa flavors develop distinct earthy and nutty characteristics. Subsequently, the blend is carefully filtered before being redistilled to bring out the mild, rather sweet, dark chocolate flavor, leaving behind the bitter notes. Oh my fucking God. Holy shit. That sounds good. Now I want to. You got a mystery dance delivery this week. Ooh, yeah, with amaretto or Mac for that matter. Yes. Sorry, I missed what I'm not sure what you're referring to, Choking on Ashes. What year was this when that happens? If you're talking about the New Year's Eve, it was this New Year's Eve. So it was, December 31st, 2020 to Jan 1st, 2021. We started local time, 9 p.m., and went past 3 a.m. local time. And that was because Stella was with us and she was in Western Australia, which was 3 hours behind us. So we had to stay on for Stella's New Year's Eve. Fucking chalk and whiskey, Ancient Wisdom. So, okay, the distillery is called Ancient Wisdom. Handcrafted wines and whiskies. Barrel-aged gin, wintergrain vodka, single barrel whiskey, malted chocolate, $89. Fucking $79 off Dan. Ugh. Which is kind of screwing over the distillers, but I'm tempted to do it. Trying to think, do I need anything else from Dan's to make it worth the delivery cost? So they make a gin, a vodka, and a single barrel whiskey. God damn. Okay, how many Ancient Wisdom products does Dan? Dan has the chocolate whiskey, single barrel whiskey, barrel aged gin, and vodka, and they're all $10 off. God damn! All those products are $10 off at Dan's. If you remember, I'm literally going to have to get that. I'm going to have to get that. Lee, okay, and fair enough, because I'm usually the one who leads you astray, Nettie. But yeah, I feel like you led me astray there. I'm going to have to order that from Dan's. Chocolate fucking whiskey. What the fuck? Oh my God. I'm just imagining, doing that as a godfather, like with a nut liqueur, whether it be amaretto or mac, is just going to be fucking deadly. Is so good. That just sounds so fucking good. I'm definitely going to think, there's nothing else I need. I've got too many rums and too many gins and too many whiskeys. I don't even need any liqueurs. There's no liqueurs I'm missing. I've got a fuck ton of liqueurs. Thinking. Yes, it is only fair you return the favor, because I have led you astray many times with the need to purchase alcohol. Actually, do Dan's have any? I mean, they probably don't, because they're all sold out at the distillery. Are Dan's selling any Archie Rose? Probably not, because the distillery is all sold out. Online offer. The gin, the vodka, the gin. Yes, they've got all the gins and vodkas. Right. Yep, out of stock. The whiskeys and the ryes are out of stock. And they don't have the Archie bottled cocktails, because Archie added a bottled cocktail that sounded really good. Yes. For example, the bug gun. It wasn't just booze. When I got the bug assault rifle, Nettie decided she had to get one too. And you know what? This is to shoot flies, right? And it does work. But you know what didn't happen this summer for some fucking reason? Flies didn't get into the house. And I shot a total of 2 flies with this. Normally there's fucking flies everywhere in summer. The summer I have a gun that shoots salt to get fucking flies. Flies don't get in the house. I can wait till next summer, because the flies will be back, definitely. So there were flies in autumn. They just didn't get into the house. Like, flies are normally a real fucking pain in the ass. And I swear, I shot 2 flies with that. My favorite was actually I shot one fly and it landed in a spider web. Like, because I shot it and it sort of disappeared out of sight and I could hear it going, zzz, so it wasn't dead. So I was like, why is it so agitated? And I look and it was in a web and the little spider was going, did. I'm like, Spider Buddy, you are welcome for the spiced meal, for the flavored meal. I've given you a salty fly. Annette, do wasps eat flies? I don't think so. Wasps tend to eat grubs, actually. Like the one I posted a photo of the other day that got into my house. And my initial impulse was I'll shoot it with the salt gun, but it looked big and tough. And I thought the salt gun will just annoy it. It won't kill it or stun it. And I don't want a pissed off wasp in the house. But it was a bit stunned and groggy, so I was actually able to catch it and put it outside. And I posted a picture of it on Twitter and someone identified it. And I'd never seen it before. It had these metallic blue wings, which were really impressive. But it was a type of wasp, but apparently not a particularly aggressive one. So there you go. Safa, wasps like your TV antenna. All right. Oh, Annette, we're doing the link again. We're going to have another go. Yep, I will post the link again. More than happy to do that. See if you can get yourself on there. I think I'll just drink water from here on out because I'm not too fucked up and I don't want to get too fucked up because I should make more ice. I should make a video showing how I make ice. Ice, baby. Oh, got to get the right. Probably needs to go in one of my skulls, actually. It's too big. Like these little bottles, these hold about 200 mils. And yeah, that's a lot more than 200 mils. I think I need to put it in one of my skull decanters. Look at me being responsible. I have so much booze. I could drink so much more booze. But I'm just very mildly drunk and I'll stick with that. I feel better than I did about 2 hours ago. I'll be honest with you. With the fucking... So this, I think it's this, the fucking saline spray, which is not even medicinal. It's just like, just fucking flush out the sinuses. I think that's made a big difference. So... Safi, you may be right. Everyone in Reservoir is downloading stuff, which is making it harder for Nettie to stream. So this is the last little bit distilling. Clarifying. You can actually get little stills to, like, make your own spirit at home. And I have occasionally been tempted to do it because the idea of like making my own base spirit that's like, 90% alcohol and then trying to flavor it with something. There's something appealing about it. But also stills are essentially little pressure bombs. And if you fuck up and do something wrong, they explode. So there's that too. But I'm kind of, every now and then I get tempted to get a little still and I can like make my own gin or vodka or liqueurs. You get a base spirit and then you redistill it with fruit or other stuff to make a liqueur. And then you dilute that down because what comes off the still tends to, depending how you do it, can easily be between 70 and 90% alcohol. So you want to dilute it so it's drinkable. Yeah, Choke on Ashes. I'm better than before. It's really weird. I thought I'd get worse as the night went on, but the combination of just saline and booze has saved me. Nettie!
Hi!
That's a cute little bottle. What's in that?
Baileys!
You're doing shots.
Yeah. No, sippy shots.
Sippy shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I might do something. I've got a bunch of sippy stuff over there. Raiders Garden Shed. I think I'd actually, if I got a still, I would just set it up on the back porch out there. So if it exploded, it wouldn't be contained. It would just kind of explode. But yeah. Choking on ashes, you're mildly sober. Had a joint earlier, but that's all. It's 1:30 p.m. where you are. So it's 11:30 p.m. here. Safa reckons you'd be a good shots partner. Yeah. Well, we did a fair bit of share and drinks on New Year's Eve.
Oh, that was a lovely New Year's Eve. I
It was
really
good.
enjoyed
It
it.
was good fun. It was good. And then again,
Apart from that naughty chair.
the naughty chair. I admonished the chair for throwing you to the floor like it did.
I know. So
That was
moody.
not good. Not good. Okay. So Raiders, you were the one who recommended the saline spray to me. Lifesaver for hay fever. Let's go. You can see we still have, like, the youngest of the offspring is 18 now, but we still have various medicinal things around the house for kids from when they were younger that never got used. Like, Nurofen for kids. And I was just like, yeah. All right.
Oh my God. Don't you throw them out?
No. And it's probably
I love a good throw out.
Oh,
I've been having good throw outs.
Yeah, I bet, because you're moving, yeah.
Because I'm moving. Yeah. And I'm going to have a garage sale.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I might do a bit, because, I've got a 4-day weekend and I'm not planning on going anywhere. I might, because we've got boxes of stuff that I've never sorted through. They're just like, because there is a shed here and the shed's just full of boxes. So I'm thinking, you know what? That stuff hasn't been touched in 4 years, so I clearly don't need it. So I might do a little bit of sorting this weekend, just like, yep, I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that. And end up with a bunch of stuff to throw out. But, Raiders also uses a steroid nasal spray. I do like there are some cold and flu sprays, and I don't know what they have in them, but when you're really congested, they can seriously clear your sinuses. So I don't know what's in them, but you like bang it up there and snort it back, and that can really clear the sinuses. Yeah, I know. It sounds like certain sort of parties, doesn't it, Nettie? Yeah. Because I remember in my misspent youth, the first time I did speed with some people like sharing a house, and the guy's like joking, it's like, yeah, you got to, and you go, it's terrible, it's the worst thing. And at a certain point, it'll come out of your sinuses and go down the back of your throat, and you will actually taste it, like it will hit the back of your taste buds. It will taste terrible. You do not spit it out, and also you're not allowed to blow your nose for the next hour. For the next hour, if something's there, you just have to snort it backwards. No blowing your nose. And I was just like, okay, cool.
Hey, guess what? My new place has a heated pool, a spa, a gym, and a sauna.
Holy shit. Okay, so I have to come over to your place one night with a bunch of pre-mixed cocktails.
Yep.
Oh my God.
We're going to have so much fun.
Holy shit, that sounds great. Safa, Nettie's moving into an apartment complex. But this fucking fantastic building in the city, it just looks great. Oh, yeah, choking on ashes. Snorting stuff is an awful place in the back of your throat, yeah.
I would say that the place I'm moving into is like a once in a decade kind of opportunity, right? Except that all the rents are diving, so I'm thinking that there's going to be a few more vacancies there if any of the Angry Bunch want to move in.
If anyone wants to move into the party apartments in the city, yeah. But yes, because half the apartment dwellers in the city were international students, and of course, they all got sent home. So half the apartments in the city are empty at the moment. So
Yeah, and a lot of international workers as well.
yeah, the international workers and the international students all went bye-byes. So now's the time to find a bar. You're doing
It's
just
a
there,
kitty.
Mary.
It's a kitty
Oh,
moment.
Kitty. Oh, there, Kitty wants to come in and say hello. Nice.
Mm.
Nice.
I don't know how they're going to cope with being in an apartment.
That
I'm
would
actually-
be.
This one here is the wild one. You know,
Yeah.
no rules. Just bring all the mouse offal into the house.
Oh,
Here
God.
is Mr. Mouse Offal.
Yeah.
Apparently, one of our neighbours has a lot of pigeons, like he races pigeons.
Okay.
And this explains why there was a pigeon in our house the other day, and that I tried to save it and
Mhm.
failed.
Oh, dear.
And the mice are attracted to the pigeon's food. You know, there's lots and lots of bird seed. Yeah. So that's why we have lots and lots of Jesus bloody hell. Zorro. See this little fucker. Oh my God. He is a mad little bastard. Come on, Zorro. Look up. Look up. Whoopsie daisy. Oh God. I'm not doing a very good job, am I? Anyway. Yeah. So I don't know how Zorro's going to cope. He is the wild one. He likes to catch a lot. Oh no, Pounce likes to pounce on his prey as well. But Zorro's loony, you know. He's the ADHD kid. Sir Pounce is the Zen kid, you know, like just chill out. Just chill out. Catch a bird when it falls right in front of you.
Oh God. Yeah, it'll be an adjustment for them, definitely. Sorry, a new name in the chat. Her Ladyship of Expletives, which is an excellent username.
Well, that is a good username.
It
So
is.
you owe your neighbour an apology? Oh, who?
I'm not sure what that refers to, actually, but let's go. Safa, I don't think there's really a rat plague, but what's interesting is because apparently a lot of mice and whatnot were happily part of the office ecosystem, and for the last year the offices have been empty. So the mice and potentially rats had no food source. So they've been sort of moving out, trying to find food. But,
about 7 or 8 years ago, there was a ship that came in with a huge amount of black rats from somewhere.
That happens.
You remember this? Yeah, and we had black rats in our house. The house I used to live in, you would not believe. But one time everyone was out of the house, which was very, very unusual. And I sat down and I was getting some work done, sitting on the couch with my laptop. And I look out, and out comes a rat, a big black rat. And it stares at me, and it sat down, and it died.
It
Just
died.
like it died. It stared me right in the eyes and died. I was just like, I had to wait until everybody came home. I was like, deal with that rat. It stared at me. It gave me the death stare.
Oh my god. That's
It was the creepiest shit. I swear to God. It was weird.
That is. Oh, okay. Her ladyship of expletives was referring to it. You seem to be saying your cat killed someone else's pigeon, and that's what you might have to apologize for.
I don't think. Okay, my cats have killed a pigeon with one of those rings on it, but only once, and that was about 18 months ago.
Okay.
I think these are other pigeons attracted to the racing pigeons who are looking for sexy times.
Look, who's not attracted to a racing pigeon, honestly? So it's
really
the extra sexy pigeons, but
they are. As far as pigeons go, I guess.
As far as pigeons go, yeah.
You see this?
Yeah.
See, I've been packing. That's me being organised.
Nice. Nicely done. Nicely done.
I don't know where I'm going to fit all my books.
Oof.
Like I'm a book. I don't know. I don't know if there's a word for what I am with books, but if I've read it, it has become a part of my soul and I cannot let it go.
Yeah. Yeah. My last move 4 years ago, I got really brutal. Like I had bookshelves full of books and I go, okay, these are full of fucking books I'm never looking at again. Time to get real. This stuff's got to go somewhere. And I got, from my perspective, really brutal and said, okay, all these books are going. I'm going to put them to a Goodwill place and other people can find them and whatnot. Then I went and I just kept my favorite authors. And that was still a huge pile of, like, my favorite authors means a huge pile of books. So I was like, oh.
Well, we are of similar vintage. So
definitely, yes.
For us, our books and our CD collections are a display of the parts of culture that really have touched us. And so, when people come into our house, they, it's not unexpected that they would go through our books and our CD collection and go, oh, I like this. Oh, did you really blah, 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 and it's a conversation starter and all that sort of thing. I don't know what the kids do now, since it's all it's all kept on their computers and all virtual,
They share memes. That's how they associate with each other, by shared memes.
Memes. So I'm really into memes. I love the memes.
I do too.
I remember when Surprise Sex and Garbage Bag Fashion were the first memes that I had really ever seen. They were goth memes. Where people like goth people that we knew would be looking like this, and would be, oh, look, surprise sex. It wasn't sex spelled SECKS.
Yes, that was the whole thing for a while, spelling like that. Yeah.
On LiveJournal. And people wearing anyone who was looking hot in PVC was accused of wearing garbage bags.
Oh, dear.
Very early noughties.
Yeah. And I remember all the references. Yeah, I remember all the reference to butt sex, and it was spelled SECKS. Always talking about butt sex and spelling it like that. Oh dear. It's I haven't actually haven't put books on display since moving here. There is a big bookshelf full of DVDs and Blu-rays that since getting into the streaming services I've stopped buying, because every now and then I go, oh, I like that, I could get it, or buying that one thing is worth several months of a streaming service, so maybe I'll just watch stuff on the streaming service.
Yeah.
But
Have you been?
Sorry, I was saying.
Oh, sorry.
I think her ladyship of expletives is our type of person. She's saying with the memes, everyone apparently, according to memes, everyone wants a big titty goth girlfriend, but they used to make fun of goths before. Yes, yeah, it's a real thing. I think you're our type of person. Yeah.
Yeah. Sexy, hot, sexy goth chicks. Death chicks. That was it. Death chicks.
Yeah, particularly in the 90s, inspired by Neil Gaiman's Sandman, with the way Death was portrayed in the Sandman. She was like a hot goth chick. But
I still have a big fuck off Hank from those days.
Yeah,
I can show
and
you.
why not?
Would you like to
Yes.
see? Okay.
Yeah.
Off I go.
So Heine has a lot of Blu-rays. Stop collecting, but you did buy a high fidelity today. Okay. All right. So yeah, I don't have any books on display at the moment. Stuff's all still in boxes. Depending how motivated I feel, because like I said, I've got this cold, which is annoying me. But I might go through some boxes and be a bit. Where are we?
There we are.
Nice. That is
Big
very
fuck off, Hank.
nice. Big fuck off, Hank. Love it.
Did you ever hear the well, not hear, the goth version of Baby Got Back? Baby Got Back. It's Baby Got Hank.
No.
Totally changed the words. I'll send the lyrics to you one day.
Yeah.
Soon.
Okay.
This week. I'll send it to you.
Sounds good. So I'm just looking for other Dan's bargains to make it worth ordering something from the perspective of packaging. And we're talking about flavored vodkas earlier. They got a grape flavored vodka. I'm like, it's a very, very bright purple.
I don't know how that would go. It's like vodka and wine.
No, I don't think it's really grape. I honestly think it probably just tastes like purple lollies, honestly.
Oh, yeah, like bubble gum.
Yeah, I think it tastes like purple lollies. Ladyship of expletives. Love how everyone's getting into D&D now. You're like us. Used to call us nerds, make fun of us. Now you're playing. Yep. No, I think her ladyship of expletives is our type of person. Definitely shared experiences going on there.
Yeah. My kids are right. Actually, my kids have gotten me right into this show of this group of very quite talented actors doing D&D on camera.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
And they're very talented, especially the Dungeon Master. And it's called Fantasy High. And it's like Buffy the Vampire Slayer-ish. And so we've got a tiefling who used to be a popular girl, but now that she's found out that her real daddy is a demon, she's all like attitude and smoking. And then there's the orc who's been brought up by gnomes. So he's been taught to deal with his growing aggression by singing happy songs. So he's a little confused and actually very conflicted and sweet and aggressive. And there's a goblin who is a detective. A bit of a precocious detective, like his mum is an actual detective. And so he's just kind of, nerdy and annoying and picked on by the cool people. Oh, and then there's posh boy half elf guy, son of a piratey type person, pirates half something, I can't remember now. And he just kicks butt at everything physical. But he's very posh, and it's kind of weird. And that's right. And there's the elf that my miniest mini me loves so much because she's very uptight and she's not quite sure what's going on, but she doesn't like it. And she's an elf, and so this band of 5 or 6 people go about their junior high adventures, killing lots of people. Well, not people, semi-people.
Yeah.
Some of them bad, some of them not quite so bad. It's bizarre and hilarious. You
Sounds
really should
good.
find it. You should find it. It's really, really funny. We watch it about every second night, and it's terrific. And it's really good for bonding with your nerdy kids.
Nice. Nice. That sounds really good. Cool. Who came back? Stella came back from the shops. Hey, Stella.
She's back. Hi.
Lady Vexpert of saying, "Oh, the horns. You lose popularity when people notice the horns. Red skin's okay, but people are biased against horns. Yeah, that's okay."
Oh, yeah. I can see that. Yeah.
I think it was last live stream saying like, yeah, let's get some genetic engineering happening because antlers. I would absolutely go antlers if we could do some genetic engineering.
I'm all for antlers, but people do get horns sometimes. They do actually get them. It's a problem with the hair. Like the hair follicles basically do what horns do, and they like get together like this. And they make these hard little lumps that keep growing. Yeah.
Yep. Hair's made of keratin, and a lot of animal horns are made of keratin. But I do remember the real groundbreaker. Again, you have to be about our vintage to remember Jim Rose's Sideshow Circus. Did you ever? Yeah. Bringing the sideshow into the late 20th century, and one of his attractions was this dude who didn't speak. The thing was he couldn't speak because he was some sort of animal, and he had tattoos all over his body. He was getting jigsaw pieces tattooed over his entire body, shade hair. He actually wanted to have horns, so his plan was he actually got a surgeon to implant coral into his skull with the idea it would grow from his skull. Yeah. So I think he had a problem where he actually had the horns grow out. So he cut the skin away. Like it was this thing that was initially implanted under the skin, and he ended up cutting the skin away so the horns were sticking out of his head. But I think he had a problem where the coral was actually bonding with his skull and it was growing into his skull, which was quite. And I had to think.
Well, I must ask Dr. Grande to psychoanalyze that one. But Jim Rose's circus was something else. They were on what was that show called? That's it. Yeah, X-Files.
Yeah.
God, that was awesome. I loved that episode. It was so goofy.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. And this dude who I'm talking about was on it. But I loved there was an interview with him and he just said, "Man, I'm just thinking to the future. Like when they bury me and I've got horns, I want an archaeologist to dig me up in 1,000 years and go, what the fuck? Is this a demon? What the fuck is this?" Should dig up this human skeleton that actually has horns. And I was just like,
How cool would that be? I mean, you know me.
Yeah.
I think like anything odd should be buried in the backyard for students to find one day when your house eventually goes through that phase. Oh,
Yeah.
what's happened to my? I've lost my Baileys. What did I do with it?
Oh no!
Oh, there
I
it
don't
is. No worries.
Yeah.
Found it.
But yeah, this guy was a bit of a groundbreaker since the 90s. It's not exactly common, but more and more people have been getting what they call subdermal implants, and often it's surgical steel, because apparently coral. He had coral implants because he wanted to actually bond with his bones and grow, but it was bad because it grew in, and I think he had to have them surgically removed because it was dangerous. But a lot of people get surgical steel subdermal implants, and they have them so they have all sort of bumps and ridges, so they look very reptilian. There's one quite famous guy who's had his entire face tattooed green, and so like permanent, he's green, and he has all these subdermal implants, so they look like ridges all across his brow and up his head, and had his tongue split and his teeth sharpened. So
is he known as a lizard man or something like that?
Probably.
That sounds slightly familiar. When I first, anyway, late 90s, I joined this online community, my first online community, called iam.bmezine.com. And did you ever hear of BME Zine? Body Modification E-Zine. Anyway.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah. The Goatsy was there first, and then turned up elsewhere. There was also, it blew my mind. And that was part of why I decided to study, well, not decided to study, but rather continue on studying anthropology, because I just love that modern primitive. It was just fascinating for me. I don't know what's happened to it. Like, it's kind of a little bit out of fashion. It's probably gone underground a fair bit now. Yeah, but there was so much there.
It was the modern primitive movement was very underground pre-90s, and then 90s into the noughties, it kind of got a bit more exposed. And I think you're right. I think it's gone back underground. I found pictures of this guy's professional name is the Lizard Man. I'll show everyone, for people who are unfamiliar. Where are we? Lizard Man. This is the Lizard Man. You can see like he's got those subdermal implants on his brow. Whole face tattooed. Tongue split, sharpened teeth. Bigger things in his earlobes as well. So my only thing is let's see, here we go. We might stop that. The putting huge things in your earlobes to stretch your earlobes, which again is not so popular now, might have been a bit more 10 years ago. Whenever I saw that, I went, you kids are so gonna regret that when you're older and you've just got this long, droopy, floppy skin hanging down there. And I don't say that about tattoos. Like some people say, you get tattoos, you get them. I don't know. I think old people with tattoos are cool. But this just skin, to have this really long, floppy, loose bit of... No, I think the vast majority of people who did that are going to end up cutting off their earlobes, because that's preferable to having this really long, droopy bit of skin.
Or, I mean, you've got to look at the I don't want to say personality or character because that sounds too concrete, but
Yeah.
the shit, I can't think of the word, but you know, they want to do these things in the moment without really thinking about how it will affect them later on. People who are after those sorts of that sort of emotional satisfaction
Yeah.
tend to not last very long. They don't live very long, or at least they don't think they'll live very long.
They're very impulsive.
Impulsive, that's the word. Who have
Yeah.
these compulsions. You know, they tend to follow an awful lot of other compulsions as well, which give them a shorter lifespan.
Yes, they take a furious.
On
Oh
the
yes,
other
her
hand-
ladyship is saying that the ear things known as gauges. That's correct. And oh yeah, her ladyship was also bringing up the bagel forward thing. That was very big in Japan for a while, and that was a saline injection under the skin. So it was temporary. You'd get this very weird bagel because there'd be a big lump of saline under the skin, and they'd sort of push it in. So they had this bagel shape on their forehead. And because it's just saline, your body eventually absorbs it, but it's this temporary, quite extreme body modification. Ladyship, you think ears go low? Yeah, look, if you just do general piercings or slight gauges, your ears will recover. I'm talking about the people who stretch the lobes till they're down to here. That shit is just going to look fucking ugly when you get older. Whereas opposed to tattoos, I think old people with tattoos look cool, but I don't actually have any. But there's a great sort of meme and article people I've seen share like who go, oh, you'll regret the tattoos when you get older, and then there's just all these really fucking cool looking old people with tattoos, men and women who are like in their 80s. Just like flexing with these tattoos and like, no, you actually look very cool. That's very
you still look cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, was it Stella? You had an ear piercer try to convince you to do earlobe stretching. She was practically drooling over your lobes, said they were perfect. Felt like a Ferengi. She was fetishizing your earlobes. I mean, I had a friend, like a housemate, way back in the 90s before this shit went mainstream. She was an artist. She was designing her own tattoos. She started getting more and more tattoos, and she had like 30 fucking piercings going like all the way around her ears. And this was before that was trendy. So she was actually, really out there at the time. And then it was funny, like 10 years later, that stuff had become comparatively mainstream, but which I think probably annoyed the shit out of her because, she did it when it was a really challenging thing to do, and then it became trendy. You see, choking on ashes, I'm with you. I like tattoos, but I've decided not to get any myself. I like tattoos on other people. I'm like, thumbs up on other. Is it a fetish? Like sometimes when someone like has a lot of tattoos, I'm going, I just feel like it would be really cool to sort of rub oil into their tattoos and just make their tattoos go really glossy. Is that a weird fetish? That sounds like a weird fetish. Okay. We'll gloss over that. Angry's got a weird fetish, wants to rub oil into tattoos.
It's not that weird. It's not that weird. If you were on BME, Zine, it wasn't that weird.
Over the years, no.
There was this thing, some kind of wand business that I was like, why can't I? Because those photos were always restricted and I never had the money to get a higher membership. And I'm like, what is this? What is this? What is this wand business that people keep talking about? So rubbing oil into tattoos sounds perfectly normal compared to whatever the fuck the wand thing was.
Yeah. The the early days of Tumblr before they destroyed the platform by getting rid of all the porn. Tumblr had fucking weird shit on it. Tumblr had the weirdest fucking like you get to a certain point and you go, I'm never going to see something I haven't seen before. And then I went on Tumblr and went, oops, haven't seen that before. Okay. And I don't know how graphic I want to get. But this thing, I'd heard of a thing. It's called sounding, and that involves sticking a thin metal rod up your urethra. And it's like, what? Okay, that sounds like the worst thing ever.
That might have been it.
Yeah.
I think that might have been the one thing.
Yeah, that's the worst thing ever. But some people are. But what they had on Tumblr was people doing it with glow sticks, which I found fucking hilarious. You see, you like it too. Yeah. I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was fucking hilarious. But some of the shit that used to be on Tumblr got so fucking extreme, and probably the biggest one was, well, let's kids go to bed now because I'm about to get really graphic.
It's after 12.
It's after 12. Happy birthday, Safa. That's your birthday. It was fisting or insertion of very big dildos to such an extent you'd see the person's stomach distending, like it was being pushed up, and you could see, and I was just like, oh, that is fucked. What are you doing? That is fucked up. And I was like, oh dear. Oh, Christ. Her ladyship, inflation fetish. Yeah, what the fuck? What the fuck? Yes. Safa is still here. Thank you. Excellent. Great. Happy birthday, Safa. See, choking on ashes is with me. Rubbing on oily skin is nice. Tattoos is nice. I've seen people who have like all over body tattoos, and not even the traditional tattoos. I've seen someone who just had geometric, like really thick black geometric shapes over a whole body, and I was just like, that would look super cool if you just kind of rubbed oil into it and it was all shiny. You'd look like some kind of android or something. I don't know, because it's pretty full on. But yeah,
That was probably what she was going for. I remember there was this girl called Astrid on BME Zine. And she was super popular because she was super pretty. She was blessed with a photographic body. And she was blessed with, it being perfectly fashionable at the time, fashionable shape. And then she got into a relationship with this guy who was into scarification.
Oh, shit.
He scarred her entire body. The whole lot. Sure. Pretty swirls and shit, but it was scarred. And it was sad as fuck. It was really sad.
That also reeks of a really scary control guy as well.
Yeah. She was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. So girls with that tend to seek out abusive relationships as well. Not always, but enough of them tend to that it's notable.
That was the one that never went mainstream. Scarification and branding. That was too extreme to ever be mainstream. Piercings, tattoos, and to a limited extent, body mods moved more into the mainstream. But scarification and branding was too full on to ever really mainstream. I've known people who were into both, and I was like, okay. And to an extent, I can get it, but it's also like, yikes. Okay, sure. But,
I have a friend. I mean, I have two friends. One who introduced me to BME, and one who two I've met on BME, who are still friends of mine. One is one has a PhD and is doing extremely well with her PhD and her family, and she just would appear on the surface to be the perfect Jewish girl, and I know her background, and hey, my phone's talking to me. I mean, my watch is talking to me. Shut up, you.
Is that Siri talking to you or something?
The other one used to be a mistress. She came from Germany, lived in Madrid for a bit, and worked as a mistress. And her byline on her website was, "Your suffering will be legendary."
Hellraiser, yeah.
And I think I brought that up with you just recently, actually. Anyway, she went back to Germany, married this gorgeous guy, also from BME. And, she's stepmom to these two lovely kids. And now she's a corporate psychologist. It's amazing. If people can survive their crazy adolescence and youth phase of body modifications and drug taking and sexual experimentation, like they'll just blend in, darling. They'll just blend in. Yeah.
Oof. Yeah, no, it's weird. Everyone's just sharing, like, oh no, I've seen that on shock sites with the this and that or the other. Ladyship reckons scarification and branding isn't as attractive as piercing and tattoos. I would actually agree. Yeah. You got lots of scars just from a crappy life, and you cover your arms because weird people. There was look, and I've known people who've had scars from work, self-inflicted ones, and whatnot, and it's certainly people can find it very confronting. In fact, I had this hilarious one years ago in a shared house. One of my housemates, her mum had thyroid surgery, so they cut right across her throat to do it, and she was so self-conscious about it. She thought everyone could see it, and she thought they'd think it was a suicide attempt. I couldn't even see it. So I met her and she's joking. She goes, "Oh yeah, that's where I cut my own throat," because she was talking about she was too much for me, so I just cut my throat. And I'm going, I can't. You're trying to draw my attention to it, and I can't even see it. But it was pretty funny.
Actually, a friend of mine has the same scar. I don't know if it was thyroid, but it might have been. Jesus, I feel terrible because she's one of my best friends, and I can't remember why she's got this big scar across her throat. She didn't make a big deal out of it, so I'm guessing it was just some routine thing. Yeah. Oh Jesus, I'm going to have to go back through the messages and try to ruin it. But she does have quite a big thing across here. But it also reminds me of this guy who lost his forearm in a motorcycle accident. Yeah. And he used to tell his kids, don't bite your nails. You know what happens.
Oh God.
You can't stop.
Oh, you just keep biting. Yeah. Oh my God. I have sometimes people who have amputations or whatever have the best sense of humor about it, and they will do the funniest things with them.
No one else is allowed to make that joke. Only them. It's like, nah.
Yeah. It's like Adam Hills, the comedian who had his foot amputated, and he said like the first time he went into the US, when they had the take your shoes off thing, he just decided to fuck with the people in airport security, and they're like, take your shoes off, and he goes, okay, and of course it's got a foot in it. When he takes it off because it's got the thing to attach to the stump on his leg, and so he just gives them a shoe that's still got a foot in it, and they. It's just, oh my god.
Oh, fuck. You know those TSA guys back in the noughties, they were like really full on.
Yeah, they got a lot of shit back then. Is that weird? Sorry, just looking at the chat. Heine's downloading software to control the lighting on his mouse, and it's bigger than 600 megabytes. That is ridiculous. I think my first PC's hard drive was less than 600 megabytes, and that was to run everything. And that's for your mouse, to change colors on your mouse. My God. Okay. Stella's dad had some neck surgery, had a titanium cage inserted in his neck for a collapsed disc, and the surgeon cut along the neck crease so you could hardly notice the scar. Yeah, well, this woman, my friend's mum, she was an older lady at the time, so she was a bit wrinkly. So yeah, when she was obviously super self-conscious about this scar, and I couldn't see it while she was trying to draw my attention to it. I couldn't see it, and I'm like, cool, excellent. You're making throat cutting jokes. Wild. Okay. Like in my early 20s, and this woman's just talking about cutting her throat. And I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah, a little awkward.
Yeah, it's
But,
quite
I mean,
awkward.
I think I probably do the same thing.
Oh,
you know?
yeah. If you're self-conscious about something, one coping strategy is to actually draw attention to it. Like I make jokes
Yeah.
about five head. I don't have a forehead. I have a five head. That's like this huge expanse going up here. But and that's
I can
not
show
even
you how to do your makeup so that it looks less.
excellent. I'm going to get a haircut sometime soon because I got new glasses waiting for me in the city. And as soon as this cold goes away, I'm going to go in and get them. Like I was hoping to go in today, but I was like, God, no, just at the moment, going in while I've got a cold and having to explain to everyone like, no, it's not COVID, it's a cold. We got negative COVID test back. But also it's just like, oh, I'll be giving people both of the two things I want to get done was to have these glasses fitted and to get a haircut and a beard trim. Both involve people like touching my face. And it's like, yes, touch my face while I have a cold. It's just like you're probably like me. Like most people did not get a cold all last year because of isolation. And I don't want to give someone a cold. So
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
yeah. So I'm waiting.
Are
I'll wait till next week.
Are your glasses not well fitted to your face at the moment?
Oh no, these are, but I've had them for a couple of years, and my health insurance, because I've had a lot of history of illness in my family, but particularly cancer, and so I'm paranoid. So I have quite expensive health insurance because I'm paranoid. I thought, okay, if I'm gonna get some awful disease, I want most of it covered. But as a subsidiary, it covers heaps of dental work, and it renews every year. So it covers heaps of dental work, and it covers glasses every year. And in fact, I think I got these 2 years ago. I don't think I got glasses last year because of COVID. So my glasses get covered by the health insurance. They did an eye test for me, and they didn't have to change my prescription. So yay, I'm not getting more blind as I get older. So, but they're very different. So there'll be an unveiling on a live stream. I'm not sure when I'll have them, but sometime on a live stream next week, I'll have an unveiling because they're quite different. Because when I saw them, I'm like, ooh. So I immediately put them on and took a photo and sent it to Mrs. Angry and said, look, seriously, is this too much? And she said, those are great. Get those. And I'm like, yeah, okay. So they're quite different, basically.
I love mine
They're Versace, darling.
They're very nice. They're very nice. I mean, I like these ones, but like I said, because they're basically covered. Like I get a $500 pair of glasses because I got, the transitions
good.
and multifocal. And I get that for about $100 instead of $500. So I'm like, yeah,
Good.
treat yourself. It's just
Yeah.
so I'm getting those, and like I said, frame wise, they're very different. So I'll be interested to get everyone's reactions. But yeah, I did do the precaution. I took a picture with them and sent it to Mrs. Angry. Is this too much? She said, no, those are really cool. Get those. So I took 2 pictures, one with the ones that are really extremely different and another pair that are a bit less extreme. And she goes, oh, the second ones are good too, but those first ones, get those ones. And I'm like, okay, we're getting the really different ones. Yeah. So what's Ladyship sharing with us? You got scars on your arms. You had a lady go, you shouldn't cut yourself. You looked at her. Oh, yeah, okay. So, yeah, they were actually inflicted by other people. And the idea, people making assumptions and making judgments is just, fuck off.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
I have to say, after my ex left and this weird emotional time happened with another person, I had cuts on my arm, and I went to the gym that I had bought a membership for, and I shouldn't have. I really wasn't in the right state of mind to go with that kind of commitment to physical shit.
Yeah.
And and everyone could see this, and I felt so awful and awkward. No one said a thing. No one said anything.
Yeah.
But I felt it, like I didn't know how they were taking it. I didn't know how to explain myself.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't go back. It was awful.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not great. So I don't have any scars, but I really badly bruised it lasted for ages. I bruised my forehead once. People always talk about metaphorically about banging their head on the wall as in such a stressful situation once. I literally just smashed my head repeatedly into a brick wall and didn't quite draw blood, but the bruises were there for ages. So I had to, it's when my kids were quite little, and I made up this story because I had to go to work with just really bad bruising across here. Because what the fuck happened? And I was like, oh, I tripped over. My kids had stuff all over the floor, and I tripped over some of it and smashed my head into some, because it kind of looked like my head had been smashed into Lego bricks. And I just smashed my head into some Lego bricks that were on the floor. And I have no idea if anyone believed that, but
you wonder, don't you? Like, we all know the messages that are out there in the world, just flying around.
Yeah.
You don't really know what people are thinking, and you kind of do their thinking for them.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the old mind fuck. You say to someone like, do you realize that every other person in the world has a perception of you that's not your perception of yourself, and you can't change the fact that all these other people have a perception of you that's not your perception of yourself. It's very weird.
Yeah.
People are weird.
Yeah, I was thinking about that today, actually, because guess what? I got a new prescription for Duramine, and
I want your doctor.
Well, yeah, you can have my doctor. And anyway, so I took my first dose for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize it, but I was in a kind of mood this morning. Yeah. And I become insensitive. I will let shit out insensitively because I don't really care, because I'm on Duramine.
Yeah, you can be in a pretty intense mood, yeah.
Especially when it's your first dose for a very long time, because you do kind of get a bit used to it, and you go, okay, no, you compensate and stuff.
Yeah.
But I wasn't compensating today, and so I made a comment on, and you can see some of the repercussions of that comment on my Facebook wall. Anyway, I made this comment like, I don't care about these rich cunts who can afford to go to a festival in Byron Bay. Fuck you.
I did see that. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I get all this blowback, and like, I'm like, I still don't care. Guess what?
Still don't care.
Still don't care. And I didn't realize it was the Duramine that was taking my care away. Because, normally I'm a bit more sensitive than that. I was having a conversation with my friend, and I said something offensive, and intellectually I knew that this was an offensive thing to say, but I didn't have the emotional attachment with it as well.
Yeah.
And so about an hour later I went, oh, guess what? I'm on Duramine. I think that's why I'm being a cunt. Yeah. She's like, no worries.
It's Duramine's a bit intense. It is a bit fucking intense, quite honestly. That was the one thing I learned on it. It's like, if you forget to take it first thing in the morning, once it's past about 10 a.m., don't fucking take it, because you won't. God forbid after lunch, but I learned basically after 10 a.m. If you forgot to take it, just don't take it, because you will not fucking sleep that night. And it's and so I got to the stage, because it was almost 20 years ago the last time I was on it. But it was like so strong, and I had this prescription. It's like I only had to take it every second day, because it's an incredibly effective appetite.
That's what I do.
Yeah, every second day. And that was also the bonus that you had a few spare. So if you were ever going to a big party, it's like, yeah, boy. And I could take a few extras for this party and just go all night.
No, you don't take more than one. Oh my God, I can't even imagine what it'd be like on more than one.
That's when you go on like a 36-hour sort of bender. And it was
I've been told that when I'm angry, I'm a bit like an angry schnauzer. It's just like this rabid schnauzer.
I had a very funny doctor prescribing it to me ages ago, and he's just going like, okay, probably not going to prescribe you this for more than 2 months because it's really addictive. And he was just joking. He's like, around exam time, all the students want me to prescribe them Duramine because they just want to stay up all night studying for the next day's exam.
Don't you think I'm fat? Don't you think I'm fat? I better get rid of my hand.
Poor Stella, so you just laid on the couch and cried with Duramine. That's disappointing.
That's because, look, I feel very anxious with it as well. It really revs up my anxiety.
Oh, yeah.
I killed a relationship because of a combination of bushfires at the January 2020. Remember the bushfires?
Yeah. That was a stressful time. I was getting wound up.
Watching the bushfires. I just come back from Sydney where my mum was, she's got dementia. Dealing with 2 kids and my mother and no help from a significant other for the first time. Plus coming back and finding out that, Bundoora, which is the next suburb over, was on fire. And just like watching the news like,
Oh, God.
And there's this bloke that I couldn't work out if we were friends or boyfriend and girlfriend or what the fuck was going on. He says, hey, you know how I said that I would meet you all? Hey, my ex-girlfriend wants to meet me for her birthday, so fuck off. And I was just like, fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Duramine. Yeah, so,
Yes. Stress and Duramine. Yeah.
Yeah, destroyed the relationship.
Like her ladyship of expletives likes that I'm rocking the Colonel Sanders look. Yes, a byproduct of COVID is I haven't had a haircut since May last year, so it's quite long here at the back. And I also haven't colored my hair in that stage, so all the grays come through. And I'm probably not going to color it anymore, but we'll see. I will get. I'm just going to rock up to the guy who used to cut my hair, and I used to just get like a number 3 on the sides and have it like short and spiky on top. And I'm just going to rock up and say, so, dude, I haven't had my hair cut since I last saw you in May last year. So I normally never had much to work with, but I've got heaps to work with now. It's just, what do you reckon? What do you think? I'm going to put myself in your hands. Whatever you think we should do with all this hair, we'll do it. And I'm going to see what comes out of that probably next week. So
I think the silver fox thing should be, your next stage. Like, just cut out the color, and go with the silver. And when you get bored with it, what you can do is go to Jesus, I can't remember the name of the brand, but you can get it from any chemist, and you can look. I'll find out which one it is because it's important. It goes really well into white hair.
Oh yeah,
and it just washes out after about a week or two. So that if you get bored with it, you just put in another color. No worries.
The dude who does my hair, he recommended last time. He said, "If you want something subtle, I've got this conditioner, and it just really slowly puts a bit of color in your hair. It's not extreme at all." So, and also Nobody's joined us. Hello, Nobody. How you doing?
Hey, Nobody. Hi.
Hasn't had a haircut since 2002. You do have a rather luxurious mane. That is true.
This is true. Yeah.
So Stella thinks I should get a mohawk. I'm not really feeling that, but yeah. So like if he says, if he does anything like that, like he says, have you seen Peaky Blinders? I think you should do that thing where you like shave all around here and there's just a little bit of hair on top. And I'm like, no, I'm probably not going to do that. But
I used to have an absolute fetish for mohawks. Absolute fetish for it. But I think, I've grown out of that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I had a semi mohawk in my youth, and I grew it a bit, and I did shave it back here, but it wasn't a thin mohawk like it was the whole thing here. But there was a period where I shaved it.
It's got to have some volume.
Yeah,
it's got to have some volume. Hold it up.
So, we're talking about her ladyship of expletives screen name. She had to change it. YouTube wouldn't get rid of the name thieves. So you went with this. Since your buddy recommended because of your sailor's mouth. Excellent. We've all got sailor's mouths around here. We're all pretty cool with that. Stella wants Nobody to consent to having his hair stroked. And who wouldn't want to run their fingers through that luxurious mane, honestly? So, again, with consent. No, we're very big on consent.
So he knows a lady priest who has a mohawk. That's cool.
I am interested. I'm definitely interested.
The Anglican Church has some surprisingly individual priests and priestesses. Yeah.
Yes.
They've got they've become more inclusive.
Yeah.
A lot more inclusive over the past decade or two.
Absolutely. But that also remind me, there's a British comedy series called Fleabag. It's really good. I think it's on Amazon Prime in Australia. I think it was originally on BBC or ITV or something.
It was on Netflix for a bit, just
Yeah, I
for
think
a
it's-
short time.
Yeah, now I think it's on Amazon Prime in Australia. I have watched it. There's only 2 seasons. But yeah, the woman who sort of, developed the show, wrote and stars in it. She's really good. In the second season, she gets obsessed with a Catholic priest, a hot Catholic priest. It's very funny. And there's this the best thing about it, this is the closest I'll come to a spoiler. The format of the show is she does the thing like, it's a drama comedy thing, and but she does this thing where she talks straight to camera. Like when stuff's happening, she'll just turn to camera and go, "She's going to shout at me in a second," and then go back and the person shuts up. But when she's talking to the priest, whenever she talks to the camera, the priest goes, "What was that? You just like went away for a second," and she freaks out that the priest knows. And it's a really funny thing that the priest knows that that's her sort of self, and it was a really funny thing. But yeah,
I must finish that series. Yeah.
yeah.
I've been
No,
meaning to.
Fleabag's worth watching. It's pretty fun. Oh my god! I also watched a series called, and this is on Foxtel in Australia. I don't know what it's on in the rest of the world, but it's called "I May Destroy You." It's written, created, and stars Michaela Cole, this Brit of African descent. She has this incredibly individual face. It's one of those faces that's so individual. And this sounds mean, but you spend a lot of time looking at, wait, are you beautiful or ugly? Because I can't tell. Because your face is, she's gorgeous. But it's like with these really pronounced cheekbones and whatnot, she has such an individual face. You're going like, you don't fit into any neat little box of what's attractive and what isn't. And I'll find some pictures and share them on screen. Oh, checking on Ashes. Your sister recommends Fleabag. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's probably not for everyone, but yeah. But Michaela Cole is just mind-blowingly talented. She has another series she did earlier called Chewing Gum. Yeah, okay. I'll share screen so you can see the pictures. Where are we? Share screen. Chrome tab. I may destroy you. Okay. So these are pictures of Michaela Cole. And she's very individual in her look, and like she's fucking gorgeous. But there's something just with the cheekbones and the shape of her face. It's like you're just outside of conventional concepts of what's attractive and what isn't. That it almost seems to talk about. But she just looks fucking. But also, she's just so mind-blowingly talented. Like, I don't know that she directs that show, but like she conceived of it. She wrote the show, and she's the lead and all this stuff. Incredibly talented person. So Colby in the chat, don't know if you remember you sent kids some candy corn years ago. Yes. Oh, Colby, candy corn is always remembered in the angry household, my friend. Because it's not very common in Australia. So 1 or 2 American internet friends over the years have sent Colby, did you send that there was actually candy corn that was shaped like pumpkins? I'm trying to remember. But I've had because I've actually had a couple people send me the look who's here. It's Grasshopper.
Hey guys.
Hi.
How are you, Nettie?
Yeah.
Good. How are you?
Oh, I'm pretty good.
What's happening in your place?
Okay, so do you see the sign behind me?
Yeah.
That signifies that the beginning of my LAN is beginning.
Oh,
Oh, Abigail would be there.
Hello. We're going to get an echo from each other.
No, it's
I'm
not too
in
bad.
Sydney.
yeah. No, it's from here. It's not bad. Oh, yeah.
I
see,
saw
Colin,
your announcement.
you sent me regular and pumpkin stuff. Nice.
Yep. So
Yes,
that's
I'm at Shannon's place right now. I'm looking at him over there and on the stream. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, that would be kind of weird. Definitely.
okay. Just
Yeah,
aim this down just a little bit.
My son Will is here as well.
Hey, Will.
Hello, Will.
Say hello.
So-
Will.
Will rocked up with his PC and noticed that he didn't have a couple of parts, so I've decided to do an upgrade on his PC for him. And he is in the process of getting his PC up and working again with a fresh install of Windows.
Yeah. Nice.
And I'm super grateful.
Oh,
Nice.
And I brought my whole desktop
You brought
Wow.
the whole
monitor.
bit. Okay.
in
Wow.
checked in luggage, and I was so nervous for the whole flight. Like,
Yeah, I bet you were.
Yeah.
Oh my god. that
Yeah.
would
I
be so fantastic.
bet.
but
Yeah,
yeah,
I thought we
there's a,
wouldn't see you two tonight. This is a real excellent surprise.
Yeah. well, I thought I forgot it was a long weekend, and I thought you'd like closed down your stream hours ago. But then
but it's a long
when Shannon
weekend.
said,
Yeah.
"Hey, Angry's still streaming. Let's jump in." And yeah.
and yeah, no, I just thought that it'd be a fun little thing to do because we're both in the same room and all of that. And yeah,
Yes.
Yep.
Very cool.
so
Grasshopper, I can see a new angle on your beard. It is much longer than I have appreciated previously.
Yeah, it is a slightly different angle. It looks different. Yeah.
yeah, no, it's starting to come in. I'm getting a lot of compliments on it. But there was a girl that you saw walk out of my out in my garage earlier by the name of Joanne. She's been a friend of mine since I was like 13. She's very upset. She's the only one that thinks that I shouldn't have it.
Yeah.
No, she's not the only one. I have a moral hatred of beards. I don't like beards. Just no, it's not a hatred. I just have a dislike of beards in general. That I mean, they're affectations, and some people can rock a beard. Just like what's that on your face? You've got face grass.
Face grass.
Well, I'm fine. I'm actually okay with beards so long as I don't have to kiss with them.
Yep, fair enough.
Well,
Mrs. Angry said prior to me she never would have thought she'd be interested in a guy with a beard because she never had been. So I somehow won her over despite the facial hair. So yeah.
my wife has told me in no uncertain terms that if I shave, she's going to cry.
Mm.
Oh.
So if you guys mute each other in chat, it helps with the echo. I know from me and my fiance getting in the same room together. Her Ladyship of Expletives. I love that name.
Yes, this is our
That's
first
great.
visit from Her Ladyship of Expletives. It is a great username, definitely.
Nobody says an expensive rig like that, Abigail. I'd be pretty nervous too.
Well, I mean, it's 2 years old now, but like because of how hard it is to find video cards, like specifically video cards, it's held its value, like just the graphics card. The rest of the components maybe not as much, but like I'm super precious about this video card because they've definitely held its value.
Yeah,
it's a weird time we're living in.
Yeah, you don't want some fucker from baggage handling dropping that. That's like not good.
No, well, I had that in my carry-on.
So
Next
to me,
add-on cards.
This is Dakota.
Hi.
Dakota.
Hi,
Who's not completely
Dakota.
okay with being on camera. That's okay. Oh my god, look at the whole thing. Look at that.
That's
everyone.
Abigail and Will.
Okay.
Go around this way. And we got Lena down there. The two people aren't here. They've gone home for the night.
Okay.
But yeah, so we've got more space yet. That we haven't set up tables and all of that, but we're getting there.
Nice.
Yeah, so if you get the stream up and going again on Saturday night, I'll keep an eye out, and if it's going, I'll jump in and I'll show you the whole LAN when it's going on. It's a sight to behold.
I probably won't be on Saturday night. I mean, that's a
How
usual
dare
date
you have a
night.
life, Angry? We've been
I
through
know,
this.
right?
Jeez.
I know.
It's
Angry.
can we even be friends anymore? Like,
It's a bit
Filthy cis white male, you.
guilty as charged. There's no escaping it.
No, so the sign behind me that actually says Shanlan Central, and that was a 40th birthday present from one of my best friends in the world, a guy by the name of Alex. He came back. He moved over to America a few years ago, and he came back to surprise me for my 40th, and he actually built that for me.
Oh, nice.
So it was like a solid block of wood with a big knot in it, and he drilled all of the knot out, filled it with a beautiful, like, smooth resin, smoothed it out. His partner created the metal sign that goes above it, and behind it he drilled out another little section, and in there is a little Arduino board to run the LEDs that are inside of the resin. So it's got something like 16.5 billion color cycles that it can go through.
cool.
And yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. And at some point, just there is my telescope. We're going to be setting that up outside as well.
I'm super excited for that. I'm so down for that because, like, you can actually see stars where Shannon lives. Like,
Ooh, nice.
where I live, you could see two, and one of them's Venus. Like, it's not even a star.
Because of light pollution. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can see two.
yeah,
One's the moon, the other one's Venus.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh,
No, so-
so her ladyship of expletives got a maple bacon donut, which is good. And also, I haven't asked where you're from either.
Except for the bacon. I don't like bacon.
Yeah, it might just be bacon flavored. Might not necessarily be bacon.
Maple bacon.
So the
Maple
only
syrup
problem that
on
I'm
bacon is a fucking amazing taste sensation.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
fair enough.
I need some now.
So the only Will made bacon pancakes a while back, and he said that was really good. Like he actually made bacon pancakes.
I've got a lot of
I-
bacon.
Yeah, so his trick was to dice the bacon up and then cook it, and then add it to the pancake mix. Is that right? Yeah, and then add it, and then make the bacon.
Bacon.
The bacon.
I've done that.
yes.
You pour the pancake mix on the pan, and while the top side is still liquid, then you put bacon into that, and then turn that
Yes.
over and bake the bacon. That is a fucking treat. That is, I've done that. That is really good. Yeah.
And also, oddly enough, when you make bacon pancakes the way that Will did, you have them with a little bit of maple syrup, and it's just the best.
Oh yeah, that would be good. That would be very good. Yes.
Yeah, that'd work.
Well, you know it tastes good because it's not in the least bit healthy for you. So, of course, it tastes great.
Yeah.
Safa asks, how many desktops, Grasshopper? Safa, at any given time during the LAN, there's about 20 to 25 active desktops and 2 or 3 active laptops. Nobody says that you and he can go on a cis white pride march. Angry?
Just the
Yeah.
two of us.
Can I come
Literally
too?
just the two of us.
Choose a place.
Anything for a march. I like a parade.
Yeah.
Well, because after the years and years of oppression that cis straight white men
I
have
know, right?
faced,
Yeah.
like the discomfort that you've felt of things changing, like of course you need a march for it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just like, yeah. No, I think just the two of us, though. We don't have more than that. Literally just the two of us.
Just the two. Yep.
And
Remember
it-
when someone in Melbourne actually tried to do a straight pride march? and it was
Yeah.
like 8 people,
Yeah,
and it was fucking hilarious.
we had the same thing here in Sydney. There were 5 of them, and
Yep.
there was a rather prominent gay guy in Sydney. I forget his name, but he was like, "This is what you get when you don't have a gay man organizing your events for you."
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
Where are the lesbians?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, we've got Abigail.
Case in point,
Friends who were
We-
on the Gay Mardi Gras committee. Excuse me. Lots of lesbians doing a lot of work.
lesbians get shit done. Like if you want to
fucking
organize
do.
something. Yep. When I was at uni, the student union used to hold parties, of course, because it's a student union, and they would have themed parties. And one year, the Queer Collective offered to do the decorations, and it was a Halloween party. And the people from the student union could not believe the lengths that these queer folk went to make it the best horror themed decorated party ever. They were like it blew their minds because the student union was full of mostly non-queer people, and and we were all like, what? It's just stuff, we do this all the time. And
Her ladyship of expletive says I'm bisexual. Does that count? Yes, it
absolutely,
does.
yes.
Because that's where I fit into the spectrum.
Yeah.
And bi-erasure can suck a dick and a vagina at the same time.
Yes. In
Amen
fact,
to that, sister.
Yes.
That's the
Oh,
thing.
right. So I thought,
I do not
I'm
like
a bit
bi-erasure. I do not like asexual. I don't like erasure.
I've had gay guys turn around to me and say
saying
that
Eurasia.
I've had gay guys turn around to me and say that I need to make up my mind, and I've had straight women tell me the same thing. And I tell all of them to get fucked.
Yeah. No, it
Yep.
is a dumb fucking thing to say. It is.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
And
that's
no,
a thing
that-
from
that
the
is-
very early 90s.
That by far and
make up
away
their
is not
mind.
the dumbest thing. The dumbest thing is because I'm in a monogamous relationship with somebody of the opposite sex.
Oh,
I have so
yes.
many people turn around and go, "So you're straight now?"
Mm.
No,
That's not
I'm
how
a
that works.
bisexual person in a monogamous relationship. My sexual orientation doesn't fucking change.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
a little bit of event there, but it just drives me nuts.
Stella, absolutely, you can be an honorary lesbian. Like, I fully endorse that, and I can help canonize it for you if you want as well.
You had to go there, definitely. Okay, sure.
You've met me, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, that's the thing.
Yeah.
So
Well, the dangerous thing is me being here in much closer proximity to Shannon's wife, Eleanor.
after all the jokes and innuendo.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nobody says it gets said that us white hetero people are the least protected. It may or may not be true, but we are being attacked. That's what makes the straight pride so ridiculous. You're not,
Absolutely, yeah.
yeah, but you're also not the least protected. Like the very institutions that we all use on everyday basis runs on the assumption that you are a straight white male. So
Yeah.
your protections are always in place and always ingrained in the system.
Yeah. Oh, I love. Sorry, a slightly more
I
frivolous.
can't read.
Her ladyship of expletives. Lucy Lawless is her hallway pass. The woman's just too gorgeous and hilarious. Lucy Lawless should be everyone's bloody hallway pass.
Lucy
Look,
Lawless
I
coming
would-
out and telling Kevin Sorbo to get fucked not long ago is like, yeah, no, he is.
That was pretty good.
If-
That was
Yeah,
pretty
no,
good.
she's my fucking queen.
If I had to choose someone for Death by Snoo Snoo, it would be Lucy Lawless.
Yeah, definitely.
If for me, it was always Gabrielle.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I identified with Gabrielle more, and so I saw Xena as the sex object, and I saw myself more in Gabrielle.
Yeah, that's fair.
So,
I mean, I always
But,
loved
but-
Lucy Lawless's appearance on The Simpsons years ago, when she was doing a fan thing and comic book guy was obsessing over and he needed Xena and she kept going, I'm not Xena, I'm Lucy Lawless. And they end up winning the day and Lucy Lawless picks up Bart and Lisa and says, I'll take you home, and leaps into the sky and flies them home. And Lisa goes, wait, Xena can't fly. And she says, I keep telling you, I'm not Xena, I'm Lucy Lawless. It's just like, yeah.
Okay, so I'm hitting mute on my microphone, Abigail. Is that helping you out with your echo at all?
No, because
okay,
it's
I'm
only
not
an
hearing
issue when you speak.
But just so you know, on the stream, it's not echoing on the stream. It's just probably
Okay,
weeding
Cool.
Abigail
That's good
out,
to know.
hearing you differently in the headphones and across the room.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's like a 500 millisecond delay, or like not even.
So
It's
next
just
year,
enough, but because of these cans, I can like filter out the live stream from over there and just listen to this live stream.
so I showed Abigail where I'm building or rebuilding a shed on my property at the moment that is going to be my new landing space next year. And it is slightly bigger than the room that we're in now. And it's going to be absolutely excellent. So next year, Angry, you're going to have to make a trip up to Sydney for my LAN party.
Okay. Fuck me. I'm just knocking things. I'm not even, well, okay, I've had a couple drinks, but I'm not really drunk.
All right. So yeah, no, we'll set it up so that I'll invite you and I'll invite Nettie, and we all set up at the LAN, and then we kick off a live stream at the LAN while we're all LANing.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So
Everybody
Chokin,
can-
you're saying
everybody
sorry,
everybody,
Shannon.
everybody can hear, like, you know, all of the insults getting flung across the room when somebody gets shot in the game.
Yes. So, choking on Ash is saying she's a straightish woman. Well, you know, I'm a straightish man as well, and never actually been attracted. But it's kind of like, you know, one of my favorites when the new Star Wars movies came out, and there was jokes, not jokes, about there should be a sexual relationship between Poe and Finn. And I was just like, yeah, honestly, you see Oscar Isaacs do that lip bite thing he does, and it's like, no one's that straight.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
No dude's that straight.
Yeah. And like the you can measure that ish in the standard drink measurements. Like yeah, like everyone's a few drinks away from being not so straight. Or in some cases not so gay.
Yeah,
that's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
There's a guy that I know that he's a 10-miler when he's sober. He dresses well. He's got the effeminate lisp. He's got the whole thing. He's a 10-miler. But you get a few gin and tonics into him, and everybody's a target. And it's absolutely hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh, that sounds like someone in the background. Okay.
Yeah.
A ladyship of expletive. Yeah, talking about Lucy Lawless in the Evil Dead series. Yes, I haven't seen all of it, but she is very good.
I haven't watched it.
I've seen parts of it. Oh, she wears leather pants. Of course she looks
Stella, I want you to come here too, and it would be awesome to like play lots of LAN games.
Hell yeah.
But being on the other side of the country is a significant barrier.
It does put a little bit of a dent in the plans. It does. But I will say this. It completely jumped out of my head.
Oh, well. Okay.
It is late.
Ladyship saying David Bowie made men question their sexuality. Oh, yeah. There's depending on your tastes. There's David Bowie, Prince, George Michael, whatever, you know. Different people are going to ask questions about different guys, basically.
No, that's what I was going to say. In terms of sexy women in TV and TV shows, like excluding Hollywood movies type thing, but just in TV shows, for me, the sexiest has always been Amanda Tapping.
Oh, yes. Yes.
What's the
yes.
I know the name.
Amanda Tapping from
Major Carter from Stargate. Major Carter from Stargate, and also I forget her
Ah.
name in Warehouse 13.
Right. Sorry, I'm just going to Amanda Tapping. I'm just looking her up now. I'm sure I know who it is.
Oh,
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I just saw Stella's comment, and yep.
Oh, but she's my
Oh.
age too. Excellent. Sorry, I shouldn't.
And if it turns into one large orgy, then so be it.
Actually, I have to alt tab out. Dealing with one monitor is doing my head in. Like, I can't do this. I can't multitask with just one monitor. And not only that, it's a lower res. It's only 1080p, and it's just. I should have brought two monitors.
Stella is saying I kind of have a girl crush on Amanda Tapping, and quite rightly so.
Yeah, I mean, you're only human, right?
Exactly.
Prince was incredibly sexy. No, I never found Prince sexy. I don't understand why
did.
so many people did. I don't understand it.
But
For me,
personal taste,
it's
man.
yeah, no, absolutely. It's the same thing for me with Jason Momoa and what's her name? Angelina Jolie. All of these people are jumping over themselves, going, "Oh, Jason Momoa is so hot and Angelina Jolie so hot." It was never a thing for me. It's never really been a thing for me. In Hollywood, the first Hollywood crush that I had was Sandra Bullock.
Oh, yeah, but
I can see that.
Yes, really.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so-
was never
so
that into Prince, but I'm definitely there for Jason Momoa and Angelina Jolie.
Oh.
Definitely.
Chris Hemsworth made me question my sexuality a bit.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Mm. Yeah,
Particularly
but the
when
thing
comedy.
is, all I'd want to do is just like put him up on the wall to look at, and that's about it. I mean, yeah.
Mm,
But anyway,
yeah.
So the pickup line with the lesbian spaghetti pickup line is, "Oh, so you're straight, but so is spaghetti until I get it wet."
Yeah, that was from.
I like that.
That Glee Club song. What was it? Pitch Perfect.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Oh, I
that-
heard
that-
it before then. I've heard
Her
it
ladyship of
well
expletives,
before then.
David Bowie was better than Prince. Just gonna say it. That's
Yeah.
personal choice. That's personal
Yeah,
choice.
it is.
Zoe
Yeah.
from Firefly is
Well,
my
I
second
dreamt
choice.
about marrying David Bowie, so
Okay, so
I'm
Zoe
on
from
the Bowie
Firefly.
side.
Zoe
So-
from Firefly.
Kaylee from Firefly,
Kaylee from Firefly.
Kaylee.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
and then Stargate Atlantis.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
No. You are referring to Gina Torres.
Yes.
that's
I just
Zoe.
looked it up too. Yes. But
Yeah.
that line Kaylee had, I think it was in the movie where it's like, we should land somewhere and insane. She goes, yeah, I've had an out twixt my thighs that wasn't powered by a battery for a year. And Mel goes, I can't hear this. And the other guy goes, I could hear a bit
Jane.
more.
Jane turns around and
Yeah.
goes, I could stand to hear a little bit more.
I can, yeah. And it was twisting her nethers.
That's
Yeah.
it. Twisting her
I
nether.
ain't had nothing twixt my nethers in over a year that doesn't
Don't
run on batteries.
Yeah.
Yep.
And just
Oh, God.
Mel's sort of Catholic schoolgirl response of, I can't hear this. What is this?
Well, he became a father figure to us.
Yeah, very much. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Nathan Fillion is actually like now best friends with the cast of Firefly. Like outside of Firefly, they all became like best of friends. And what's
Except
apparently
for Adam Baldwin.
Except
no,
Adam Baldwin.
they've
Except
all
Adam
basically.
Baldwin.
Yeah, there was actually a thing. Was it Summer Glau? Oh god, the girl that plays Kaylee, Jill State.
Jules
Jill State.
Sati.
Yeah. So she had that issue where all of his fucking rabid followers went on her Twitter and all of that sort of shit. She said in an interview not long after that the worst part about doing the Serenity movie was having to play nice with Adam Baldwin.
Mm,
Oh.
Oh,
yeah.
Yep.
was
Yeah.
he in that? I don't
Yeah,
remember
Serenity
him in
movie,
that.
yeah.
Yeah,
he
one of the main
plays Jane.
characters. Jane.
Alec
Jane.
Yeah, that's Adam
Baldwin.
Baldwin.
No.
Baldwin.
Adam.
Adam Baldwin.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Was he not cool? I
He's
was
a
unaware of this.
conservative, gun-toting, misogynistic, typical fucking douchebag.
Oh,
Not to put
how
a too fine a point on
disappointing.
it.
How
Nathan Fillion is on
disappointing.
everything currently. Nathan Fillion should be on everything because Nathan Fillion is fucking awesome.
Yeah. I did love a story because, like that show he had for his Castle, there was a story said that they'd been shooting on location in an apartment building, and he was walking down a hallway, and he actually heard in one of the apartments someone had the TV on, and an episode of Castle was on, and he went, "Cool," and he knocked on the door, and they answered, and he said, "I just heard, yeah, I like this episode. Can I come in and watch it with you?" And like the two people in the apartment were like,
That's so cool.
That's adorable.
That's my dream thing. If I could do it, that would be my dream thing. Would be to do a Firefly marathon with Nathan Fillion, Gianna Torres, Jill State, Summer Glau, the guy that played Simon, whose name I can never remember because I'm a horrible human being. All of them, with the exception of Adam Baldwin. I would love to do like a Firefly and Serenity marathon with them. It'd just be the best.
yeah. the
I'm
whole
I'm
Adam-
still hanging out for season 2.
Yeah.
Don't mention season 2 of Firefly. It just fucking
Too
rips
soon.
my heart to two. It
Too
just
soon.
rips my heart to two every time.
But that was also such a bad commercial decision by that studio. Like, the way all the stuff runs, like, they could have run that for 10 years and milked it. And
You're about to hear a bit of screaming on my behalf. I apologize. Lena, shut your whole mouth.
I don't know if you heard that or not.
I did.
Through my
I did.
mic.
Yeah, I heard it through your mic, Abigail.
She's trying to pick on me because I'm in love with Firefly and there is no season 2 and she's being a bitch.
Yeah.
I'm being genuine. They're actually thinking of rebooting the series.
They're not. Oh. Okay, number one, if you're going to interrupt the live stream, hop onto the fucking live stream. Number two, Joss Whedon has plainly fucking said that he is not going to do season 2 of Firefly because the canon has gone away from what he ever wanted to do with it. It's never gonna fucking happen. So shut up about it because it rips my heart into two.
Also, no one's going to work with Joss Whedon anymore because everyone
Yeah.
knows shit.
And if half of those fucking rumors are true, quite rightly so. Fuck him. I absolutely hate having to say that out loud because I loved Buffy, I loved Angel, I loved Dollhouse, and all of it.
Avengers.
Avengers,
Yep.
Dr. Horrible sing-along blog, loved it all. But
Totally.
if like I said, if half of those fucking accusations are true, he is a toxic cunt. So fuck him.
He is. He's pretty shit. Nobody's going to bed.
What-
No.
Why don't you tell us what you really think?
Nobody,
Russell?
you're not going to join us. Okay. Good night, nobody.
I'm gonna
I-
I'm gonna check out too because I'm going to bed soon. But
Yeah,
I dyed my
probably
hair
will
last
too.
night, so I hope
Yeah.
like
Yay!
it's
Oh, yeah,
all
that was nice. Yeah.
colours.
No, it does. It looks fantastic. It really does.
Yeah, I think the
I had help.
the line that absolutely buried Joss Whedon, like, okay, he was a horrible, toxic piece of shit, but what's her name, who played Buffy's little sister,
Michelle Trachtenberg.
Michelle Trachtenberg, she said when she chimed in, she said, yeah, well, there was a rule at a certain point where Joss wasn't allowed to be alone. That was like written down and signed. Joss wasn't allowed to be alone with me again. And I thought, fuck.
What?
Because she's
That's
Yeah.
fucked.
she's obviously signed an NDA to not say why that happened, but just the way she phrased it, he was not allowed to be alone with me again. And it was just like, okay, that's the final nail in that motherfucker.
That's
Yeah.
that's fucked. That's completely
Damn.
fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I loved her as an actress, and it's really sad not seeing her in anything anymore. If that is the reason, then fuck him even further.
Yeah, no, he's
Anyway, I'm gonna check out.
that's fair.
Good night.
And I've been here for 5 hours.
Good night,
so-
Stella. Thank you for the compliment about my hair. And are you on tomorrow night?
Tomorrow
Andrew?
night, yes, doing a stream tomorrow night. All things being equal, if I'm not really
Sure.
sick or something.
I might check in and say hello, but it's probably going to be kind of noisy here. So
It's going to be very noisy, but we'll give it a shot.
But a check-in would be fun. A noisy check-in would probably be kind of fun. But yeah. Yes. So
No worries.
see all you fabulous
Good night,
people.
good night. Live long and prosper.
Do the hearts.
And
And see you all another time.